area of operation didn't call for that, and that's something we need to have. So once we have a route, then we need to have an inner cordon team and an outer cordon team. An inner cordon team is pretty simple. They are going to be at 4 different spots. Boom, boom. So that's actually the outer, and then the inner, okay? You have the inner cordon and the outer cordon. We'll cover both at the same time. Outer is out here, inner is in here. Okay, outer, make sure people that are suspicious never even get into the max effective range. So we'll use 5.56, the most common caliber in America. So at 500 to 600 meters out, okay, we'll say this is 600 meters away, there's going to be a bunch of high speeds, probably in this case, former infantry dudes, okay, or former tier 1 operators that are going to be out here on the outer cordon. They are going to make sure that nobody can physically get close enough to the HVT to allow them to get shot. Pretty basic, right? And then on the inner cordon is going to be the same exact type of dudes. A bunch of pipe hitters, right? Like you saw in yesterday's video. They're just going to have, 11.5 rifles with suppressors, and they're going to be on the inner cordon. They are going to be making sure that, again, if anyone does somehow get past the outer cordon at 600 meters from the HVT, that the inner cordon scoops them up and kills them or detains them. Pretty simple stuff, right? That's your route plan, your inner cordon, your outer cordon. Then you're going to have your A team. Your A team is going to be right here. They're always going to be with the HVT. They are people that are going to shoot anybody that gets too close to the president, and they are going to be the human meat shield. Your head of security will not normally be on the A team, okay? You will have an OIC, an officer in charge of the A team that understands what's going on, but the B team is where typically your OIC, your officer in charge of the entire detail, will be, okay? The B team is going to be the A team and the B team are going to be in plain clothes. They're going to be wearing suits or whatever the high-value target's wearing to blend in, right? The A team will be very close to the president. They are the human meat shield, okay? The B team will be available to support the A team. That means if they need to conduct a handoff of the high-value target to confuse the enemy of where the president is going, if he's going left, right, or wherever, that's why you have 2 different teams, an A team and a B team. What happened yesterday is there was no outer cordon at all that was visible. So our shitbag got right here and was able to see the president. I'm tracking within 120 meters. Let's talk about that. 120 meters. That is a chip shot. That is the easiest shot for an average E1 in the infantry to make. To be able to see, positively identify that is an enemy combatant and kill them easily. Like, it is a joke. That level, that range is a joke for a private to be able to engage. So why do we have a designated marksman, and we're going to get to it, up here that couldn't even engage and notify and positively identify somebody at 120 meters? It's unacceptable. Anyway, moving on. So now that you guys understand the A team and the B team's responsibility, then we have a tactical team, okay? And yes, that's my work phone going crazy that will not mute itself, but it's me, not you. We have a tactical team. The tactical team is just going to be on standby. They're there to lay hate and escort the HVT, the president, out of there if things go crazy. You'll never see them. They're going to be in a van. They're going to be in a truck or some SUV. You're never going to see the tactical team. And then way off out here, out of play, is going to be the quick reaction force. That's going to be a platoon of Marines or a platoon of infantry type dudes that are just waiting in case everything goes to shit, right? You're never going to know about these guys, the quick reaction force. All right, so now you guys understand. Outer cordon, inner cordon, A team, B team, tactical team, QRF. Now let's talk about what got seriously messed up yesterday. Okay, we have our DMs, our designated marksmen, right?
And welcome to everyone. Welcome to you. And if you're on the replay, welcome as well. Today is Monday, November 4th. And we are here as trial continues and the defense begins their first full week of defense presentation. We are here to discuss not their presentation, but the timelines in the Delphi murders fictional narrative scenario, part 2, the Faux search. And that's what we will be covering. And I hope you understand what you just saw. And if you didn't, well, I'm sorry for you, because it had nothing to do with anything you might think. As a matter of fact, I almost feel compelled to bring you guys back through a part of that, because what he was discussing was extremely important, very pertinent to what we are going to be discussing today, which is the quote unquote search. And so I think that we may need to have a second go at it with that in mind. So let me first say hello to all of you. Yes, exactly. Meat shields. He did say. Welcome, Deaf Otter. All right. Welcome, Deaf Otter. Let's see who else is here. We had some early comers, so let's say hello to the earliest. Teresa, welcome to you. All right. And Winter 63, welcome to you. Bonnie, welcome. All right. And I'd like to welcome Cheryl Bullock. Thank you for becoming a member, Cheryl. Welcome to the family, and hope you enjoy the chat. It's a very wonderful chat. I think is most wonderful on YouTube. Okay. We have Stephanie. Hello, I've been binge watching for days now. This guy's amazing. So it's truth and transparency. Oh my God, y'all are knocking it out of the park. Thank you. But it's not us. It's the whole community. We're just speaking loudly on what the community has already put together and already knows. So God bless you, though. Thank you for that really nice comment. And let's say hello to Kayla. Welcome, Kayla. If I can get this here. I'm having a little glitching happening. How's that going on? Are you hearing me okay? All right. So, Sleuty Goosey, welcome in. Boom, it is alive, Sleuty. So welcome to the live. Big J, what's up? I just read what some journalists saw when they played the video of him in prison. God only knows what they did or didn't video record. Exactly. Yes. And everyone who has not yet heard what was seen, was it Saturday? I recommend that you seek out, you know what they do to Richard Allen. Okay. Westville was a hellhole. It was a torture. It's basically Guantanamo Bay. They pulled a Guantanamo on him. He was virtually waterboarded in order to get him to be coerced into a plea deal and confessions. And only half of that plan worked, which is that he did make confessions, but the other half did not. He did not plea. Okay. And Sharon, welcome from Michigan. Welcome, Sharon. We're happy to see you here. Malachi. Malachi Kai. When the defense rests, we should all head to the courthouse and protest. May happen as soon as Wednesday. No, we're not going to say that. It ain't going to happen as soon as Wednesday. Are you smoking crack? Okay. Linda. Welcome. Hard Candy, welcome. Adrian, welcome. Rick H. Good morning from New Zealand, of the earth. Good morning, Rick. Okay, hello, Ashley. Welcome in. All right, I see everybody here. Lisa, welcome in, Lisa. Listening and working, welcome in. All right, what's up, Goddess? Welcome in. All right, Judy Hathaway, welcome in, Judy. Marty, GMA Marty, just check to see if you're on. Don't want to miss any. Well, thank you. Britt Marie, hi from Sweden. Welcome from Sweden. And Frenchie, what up, Frenchie? I'm here but at work. Hello, Frenchie. RC99, what up? Lily Shaw, what up? My kid said, "You must be watching something really serious." I said, "I am, and everyone should be. This is extremely serious." Well, that's what I said the other day. I try to have fun and laugh, but it's hard. It's also hard not to yell. It's hard not to be emotional. It's hard not to get all upset. It's hard to keep the positive spirits up, but we try. And it's serious, but we're working through it. Welcome, Amy Dunn. All right. What's up, Roger C? Good morning. Good morning, Lizelle from South Africa. Good to see you. And Dieter, what's up? Long time no see. What's up, nobody, nothing? All right, you guys. All right, so let's do this. Oh gosh, man. Listen, I want you to hear it one more time. Oh, thank you, Rebby Lee. Rebby Lee, $25 super chat. Hello, everyone. Hello, Prav. Listening while working. Thank you for all your hard work. Thank you. Thank you, Rebby Lee. Okay. That's very sweet. All right. Listen, I want to play it again. And again, this is Trench Grenade. I highly recommend everyone interested in self defense go subscribe to his channel. All right. He's an awesome creator. But I want you to listen to what he had to say again, because he's an expert and he's describing establishing a cordon and how it's done. And remember that today we're going to talk about the search. So, with that in mind, and understanding that I'm about to go into the search, and understanding my theory that the search was a cordon, understand what he's saying, and then we'll go from there. Um, Thank you, Rebby. That's also very sweet to the members. So hopefully some get some memberships. Oh, Sleuthy. Okay, great. Captain America, Judy Hathaway, Michelle, and Ashley. Awesome. Congrats, guys, on your memberships. Thank you very much, Rebby. All right. Roger says, thank you for facilitating these conversations. Well, thank you. And hey, taking a lunch, back to work. Hello, everyone. Okay, so let's get back to Trench Grenade. And I want you to listen just for a few minutes. What he's going to talk about is establishing a cordon, okay? And keep in mind what I am about to be speculating to is that the search was not a search, okay? Here's my entirely speculative scenario that I'm going to be exploring today. My entirely speculative scenario that I'm going to be exploring today is that the search for Abby and Libby at the trails on February 13 into February 14 was not a search, but was indeed a cordon. Okay. Considering the fact that the entire contingent out there were either family or friends of family. And yes, I mean the entire Patty family. I mean the entire circle of family, that being cousins and distant relations. And yes, I mean the entire volunteer fire department and some of the law enforcement, all best friends of the family, i.e., Mike Patty. So it's my contention that the entire search party and family went out there and established a cordon. And once it was completely protected and established, they were then able to move the bodies on into position and stage them. And once it was all set up, they were able to release the cordon and allow the bodies to be discovered on February 14. And I know that will sound like a far-fetched scenario. That's why I'm saying it's my entirely speculative, hypothetical scenario that is not the Delphi murders fictional fairy tale narrative scenario. And that's what we will be discussing today, because this is my disclosure about the timelines in the Delphi murders fictional narrative scenario. the fairy tale, cover story, standard law enforcement, and family narrative. Okay, so let's bring on Trench Grenade back, and I'd like you to pay attention. So if you're just watching and informally watching, please take a minute for a second and just listen and watch to what he's going to quickly demonstrate for you. Well, you know, it froze up, so we'll have to bring it back. Hold on. Going to bring it back here. Trust me, it's worth it. All right, so here's we're going to get him loaded back up. All right, here we go. I'm going to bring him back in, and we need to. There we go.
Engagement in the area of operation didn't call for that, but that's something we need to have. So once we have a route, then we need to have an inner cordon team and an outer cordon team. An inner cordon team is pretty simple. They are going to be at 4 different spots. Boom, boom. That's actually the outer, and then the inner. Okay, you got the inner cordon and the outer cordon. We'll cover both at the same time.
Okay, you understand what he's saying? He's establishing a perimeter around the ground zero, which here is called the HVT, high value target. But in our scenario, we would call that the crime scene, quote unquote. So at ground zero, the crime scene, you're going to establish this inner and outer perimeter, okay, a cordon. You're going to have individuals positioned strategically all around that perimeter, establishing it, okay? And that's who I am alleging are the family and friends, volunteer firemen, etc.
Outer is out here, inner is in here. Okay, outer, make sure people that are suspicious never even get into the max effective range. So
Okay, what we mean by that, people who are suspicious, that's if you're protecting a high value target. If you're protecting a crime scene and you're all criminals, you're trying to keep out any innocents, any nosy people, any authentic searchers out of that perimeter.
use 556. The most common.
He's talking about why certain distances were chosen. In our case, it would be a different reason that the distances were chosen.
Caliber in America. So at 500 to 600 meters out, okay, we'll say this is 600 meters away, there's going to be a bunch of high speeds, probably former, in this case, former infantry dudes, okay, or former Tier 1 operators that are.
Okay, what he's saying is in the strategic positions at an established distance, okay, you're going to have a bunch of high-speed dudes. And imagine if that's what we had at Delphi at a strategic distance, 600 yards, 1,000 yards, whatever it might be. I would say that what would determine the distance would be the lines of sight. So at a particular distance in every direction that was chosen due to lines of sight or routes of access, you're going to have a bunch of high-speed dudes, or in this case, it'd probably be sheriffs. It'd probably be former military, and it'd probably be some of volunteer firemen and family.
They're going to be out here on the outer cordon. they are going to make sure that nobody can physically get close enough to the HVT to allow them to get shot.
Okay, and the way we translate that is they're going to make sure that no one's going to physically get close enough to the crime scene or ground zero to see anything at all, because we're not worried about getting shot in this scenario. We're worrying about eyeballs. Okay.
Pretty basic, right? And then on the inner cordon is going to be the same exact type of dudes. A bunch of pipe hitters, right? Like you saw in yesterday's video. They're just going to have, 11.5 rifles with suppressors, and they're going to be on the inner cordon. They are going to be making sure that, again, if anyone does somehow get past the outer cordon at 600 meters from the HVT, that the inner cordon scoops them up and kills them or detains them.
Okay. And we're not interested in shooting anyone because there's no guns involved, but they're going to make sure they shoot people out of there. Remember that the stories that have been told about some of the volunteer firemen and family keeping people out. Okay. Understand what I'm putting down here?
Pretty simple stuff, right? That's your route plan, your inner cordon, your outer cordon. Then you're going to have your A team. Your A team is going to be right here. They're always going to be with the A.
Okay. He's talking about the A team, which would be your individuals who are protecting at the absolute closest to ground zero. So in this case, whoever's this would be the individuals moving the bodies and being lookouts for those moving the bodies. So are you picking up what I'm putting down? That you have these teams on the perimeter, and then you have the inner team who's actually looking out and some moving the bodies.
HVT. They are people that are going to shoot anybody that gets too close to the president, and they are going to be the human meat shield. Your head of security will not normally be on the A team, okay? You will have an OIC, an officer in charge of the A team that understands what's going on, but the B team is where typically your OIC, your officer in charge of the entire detail, will be, okay? The B team is going to be the A team and the B team are going to be in plain clothes. They're going to be wearing suits or whatever the high-value target's wearing to blend in, right? The A team will be very close to the...
You get what's being said, blending in. Okay, so none of these people are going to be sticking out as not belonging there. Okay. In the case of high-value targets, as he's describing with suits on, all of the protectors are going to be wearing suits. Okay, they're not going to stick out. In the case of Abby and Libby, you're going to expect that everyone's going to be disguised in terms of looking like searchers, looking like law enforcement, looking like family.
They are people that are going to shoot anybody that gets too close to the president, and they are going to be the human meat shield.
Okay, it's same deal, but we're not going to shoot anyone. We're going to shoo them away.
Your head of security will not normally be on the A team, okay? You will have an OIC, an officer in charge of the A team that understands what's going on, but the B team is where typically your OIC, your officer in charge.
Okay, so Tobe Lesenby is not going to be on the A team moving the bodies. He's going to be coordinating at a secondary location if that's indeed what was being done.
Of the entire detail will be, okay? The B team is going to be the A team and the B team are going to be in plain clothes. They're going to be wearing suits or whatever the high-value target's wearing to blend in, right? The A team will be very close to the president. They are the human meat shield, okay? The B team will be available to support the A team. That means if they need to conduct a handoff of the high-value target to confuse the enemy of where the president is going, if he's going left, right, or wherever, that's why you have two different teams. An A team.
See, distraction. So there's going to be multiple individuals running interference from outsiders is basically what he's laying down.
A B team. What happened yesterday is...
Okay, so we'll drop it there. Anyhow, I hope that starts or establishes a context for you for what we will be discussing today. And that's all that was meant to do. And I didn't think I'd have to go back over it and mansplain it to you, but I'm glad we did, because maybe I made it abundantly clear as to why I chose to include that in today's presentation, since we are discussing the faux search. Okay, now please allow me to pull up our slides. I have to get to the first. Oh, I see it's struggling. Okay. Got to struggle. All right. Well, we will let it struggle. In the meantime, let me talk to the people while it tries to load. All those Carhartt jackets blending in. Welcome, Lisa. Yes. Welcome, commentator Root. All right. Welcome, Auto Doctor 911. Hello, everyone. Been following Andrea since she has been on this case. Very upset with the way it has been run from the start, but especially since accusing Rick Allen. Marianne Foster, what's up? McCain brothers with their walkie-talkies blending in. Keeping them far enough away so authentic searchers can't see anything. Wait, so are you saying people were protecting the crime scene before the bodies were found? Yes, and before they were moved. Hi from PA. My friends and kids think I'm insane because I've been obsessed with this case for years. I can't talk about it at work because I work with a cousin of the family. Ooh, well, you certainly can't talk about it at work. I heard Patty's appraisal company is handing out banana bread. They think people are here for them, not Alan. Why bananas? Okay. All right. I told family and friends not to disturb me until after November 15. Keep the crime scene unseen. All right. Keep the profane out of the perimeter. All right. Thank you, guys. Okay. So, well, let me get back to the most current. This is exactly what they do to infiltrate protesters. Yes. They told people we already searched this area, and the grandpa, the older one, has his dog, and they told him the area was searched that morning. That's where they found the girls. All right. Always enjoy listening in. Thank you. Sorry, Elvis Fields and Brad Holder. Well, they appear to have been there, don't they? All right, let's see if I can get these up. Try again. Oh, you got to be kidding me. Okay, come on. Let's do it. Do you have any proof of this outrageous wild claim? I'm trying to see where you're coming up with this. I mean, some people said Bridge Guy had a puppy inside his coat. Well, I'll let the chat explain it to you, Mike, since you seem to have a hard time understanding what is actually going on here. You realize that Bridge Guy is not a thing. It's a lie. It's a distraction. It never happened. Bridge Guy is not a thing. It's been revealed in court. You have to go back and figure it out. No proof of life. You have to go back and figure that out. Okay. All right. All right. Let me let me get my slides back up. Oh man, okay. I'm gonna go get these up because I wasn't sufficiently prepared to have them preloaded. So let's get them loaded. Okay. I'll do better next time. Try this again. All right. Oh, is Mike trolling? Well, he's either trolling or he's really behind here. How does Gull know how long the jury will deliberate in order to be finished on November 15th? How do they know anything? When do you ever put a, let me ask you this, O.J. Simpson, how much time did O.J. Have to present his defense? All right. BG is not real. It's been a distraction. We're going to get to that later. I don't want to jump ahead too far. They told everyone to go home that night, but the police stayed at midnight and 2 a.m. Mike Patty was in a canoe. Yeah. Why do you think they wanted everyone to go away? They had two little girls missing on a freezing night. When do you make people go away? Okay. Let's see if I can pull this up yet. I'm just lame. Okay. Try. Sorry. Working on this. Oh man, this is just trouble. Let's see. We got this one up. All right. Who have been the biggest online personalities involved in investigating and exposing these types of things on this case? Anyone that can blow up nationally to get more eyes on this? Well, you're here. You're here, but this whole thing has been so tightly controlled. Don't get too excited about blowing up nationally. This is a slow process. It will be a long time coming. But I'm confident of one thing, and this is I will brag about this. The chickens are coming home to roost. Understand that. This is over. It's done. So the process has started, in my opinion. All right, so let's see. I'm gonna get this. All right, now let's start with this. I'm good enough to start, I think. So in our last episode, which was called Timelines in the Delphi Murders Fictional Narrative Scenario Part 1, Phantomime, we stopped at the drop-off of the girls, the alleged drop-off, which in and of itself is a conundrum because there's several times for the alleged drop-off and two different locations for the alleged drop-off, depending on who you listen to. And the story has been ever changing, just like every single detail of this story. All right. So what this says is that well, Rick, it's because the audio is equally as created as the video. It's also interpolated. So understanding that both the Bridge Guy audio and video that they tried to distract the public with for 7 years are complete fabrications. they're based on various interpretations of what was assumed and possibly even how would I put it? Created with ill intentions, but we'll be getting into that. I'm not ready to discuss that yet. I'm trying to get into this part here. This was a ritualistic murder. Here are those who were present: the Burrises, Logan, Kurtz, Garth, Emily Collier, Brad and Logan Holder, Pat Brown, McCain's, and many others. And that's what we'll be getting into today. We are getting into the entire group that was there, because you got to understand what I'm saying. If the entire group that went out there were friends and family, they established a cordon, they moved the bodies, they kept everyone out of there until it was released at 4:30 in the morning to be found. Am I saying that the family was in on this scam? Yes. Okay. Here we go. Family sent home to gather personal items belonging to girls and assist the search dogs in the search for the girls. They were not search dogs. There was one search dog. Okay. Family, friends, and some LE continued to search throughout the night. Okay. So what we're talking about here is by dark. Okay. We reach dark. They start to turn away the civilians who have shown up to assist. What do I mean by civilians? I mean those who are not family members and those who are not corrupted law enforcement or first responders. And here's where we get to the thick of it. Family, friends, and some corrupt, evil law enforcement and first responders continued to search throughout the night. 1:36 a.m. BOLO was issued for 2 missing girls. 7:26 Amber Alert repeated for the missing girl in Gary, Indiana. 7:30 Scanner en route to the station. All fire units out with the search party. Requested to report to the station. Okay, 7:41 sunrise. I mean both families. Sunrise in Delphi, early AM search resumed. Now listen, what are we looking at here? Mike, you're permanently gone. We don't take abuse here. All right, so go swallow some other blue pill and keep believing the fantasy, and you'll find out, okay? Because everyone's about to find out, Mike. So you'll feel real stupid in the future. Stupid, literally. You'll feel stupid. You were duped, or you're in on it. All right, so back to reality. Keep in mind that at 7:41 here, the sunrise in Delphi, AM search resumed, which included family, friends, numerous LE agencies, hundreds of citizen search dogs, heat locating drones, helicopters, and other resources. This has already, the deed has been done. You understand? The deed has been done. Bodies had been moved. They were ready to be found. The cordon had been lifted. Okay, so 7:41. It's fair game. The search resumes with teams of volunteers led by an official. Volunteers told to search areas away from the trails as to not interfere with search dog efforts. The dogs did not arrive by the time the girls were found, nor did the dive team. Yes, how strange is that? All right, so um, let's get back to this. There was a 3-hour helicopter-based search directed east of the bridge, which did not result in finding the girls. How odd is that, isn't it? Now, here it says John Weaver, okay, but we don't know if it's John Weaver or Josh Weaver because maybe the officer misheard and repeated John because he heard Josh and misheard. We don't know, but either a John Weaver who worked at Subaru or a Josh Weaver who was part of the Kokomo meth head gang is on scanner with an officer stating that Weaver stated, Josh or John, that the girls' bodies were found in the creek before the official announcement. Okay, asking for confirmation, but on the other end of that, you have someone say negative. Okay, but remember, then subsequently, you had several reports that the girls were indeed found in the water, one in and one half in, half out of the water. When you look at the crime scene photos, it's apparent that one or both of the girls had been in the water at some point because they appear to be wet and drying. Okay. Now, 10:56. Scanner Medic 3 ambulance requests east side of Heartland staging in that area. 11:03, scanner requested Medic 3 to be on standby in case something happens. Noon, 2 bodies were reported found deceased by searchers. Well, I played for you before what's odd about that, and maybe I should play it again because we're already having extreme conundrums pop up here, okay? Things that just absolutely don't make any sense whatsoever. Let me see how fast I could find that for you. Well, I don't have it ready, but I've played it before. Yeah, that one I don't have ready for you, and I don't feel like wasting your time looking for it. But basically, we have David Erskine saying that, in his opinion, those girls were found in the 10 o'clock hour, for lack of a better term, between 9:45 and 10:45, somewhere in there. So the real question arises is, when were the girls actually found? Because everything has been a total contradiction, which indicates lies. Okay? Lies. In other words, we have a recording of David Erskine saying they're found in the morning, in that morning. he was one of the ones there. And he's a relative. Yes, he is a relative. Remember, for years, there had been so many convoluted stories about how the girls were found and who found the girls. Stories kept shifting, they kept changing. The times, the people involved, the scenario, and how it happened. Some unbelievable aspects started being interjected, like deer and contradiction upon contradiction. And even as late as the past year, there's the contradiction that David Erskine says they're found before 11. Well, then you have little Frankie also saying that Becky Patty said something similar, that she received a phone call in the 11 o'clock hour. Of course, what's odd about that is it's not what she says on the stand. Okay. What's also odd about that is David Erskine is not subpoenaed and does not testify. Why don't everyone who came into contact with those bodies or first found those bodies, why weren't they all subpoenaed and why didn't they all testify? Anyway, I'm supposed to be doing this. Let's get back to this. Because there's a lot to go through here. Let's see. You see, but we're beat up for asking these very questions or pointing out these inconsistencies and just saying we want to know what the actual story is, because there's been so many stories told, and even what's been told in court has conflicted with what's been said for 7.5 years. All right. Did they not scan this area the day or evening they went missing? If not, why didn't they? I don't understand. If they did and didn't find the bodies that day, then they should tell them the bodies were moved. You would think in any normal case, in any normal law enforcement operation, in any normal search, you would be absolutely correct. Okay. All right, let's see. All right, y'all. Thank you. Thank you for that. How do they have a trial where the digital evidence is missing or has wrong metadata? All right, so let's continue. Let's see, where am I reading here? I need to get back on it. All right, so then we have another landmark. Shortly after noon, even though we know I can't even move on because this has always been such an important part of this story. And I've never understood why. Why the confusion about who found the bodies, how, and when? Why? Why the confusion about where the bodies were when they were found? In the water, one half in and half out, and one fully in the creek, versus lay down there at Ron Logan's. Why the various stories about who found the body? Why the rumors about one of the searchers touching the bodies? Why the anomalies about the time it occurred? And I don't mean little anomalies like 5-minute differences. I'm talking about hours of differences. And like I said, David Erskine, one of those who found the bodies, says they were found in the morning. Becky Patty tells little Frankie around 11. Well, but we get in the courtroom and it's after noon. And so this timeline here says afternoon. Found deceased by searchers. Okay. Found on Ron Logan's property 50 feet from creek and a half mile from last known whereabouts of the bridge. Yes, which that's and already it's highly anomalous because is this the second time they're found? Are they found first somewhere else in the water earlier in the morning? And are they then moved to Ron Logan's, sticks placed on them, and then found again by somebody else? Why all of the BS? Do you believe that story? Do you believe the 2 deer story? Do you? I don't. I remember this case from day one. What I remember is that they told everyone to go home. Yeah, except those who were establishing the perimeter and cordoning off the area and moving the bodies. I remember this case from day one. What I remember is that they told everyone to go home and then didn't start searching again the next day until 10 a.m. I specifically remember Lesenby saying this because I was outraged. Who waits till 10 a.m. the next morning? Who goes home to go to sleep and get their beauty rest while 2 little girls are missing in the freezing night, 13 and 14 years old? Why do these big burly men, why do these law enforcement officers and first responders get afraid of the dark and the hills and go home? I have no pony in this race, but the state has not proven its case beyond a reasonable doubt, and it appears to be a case of Wells could have done it. Yeah, I believe the jury is getting that. Three-part deal. People think the manipulation of a crime scene can't happen need to look at crimes such as in 1987 Arkansas, where 2 little boys had their lives ended, totally staged. I can't believe anything anymore in this entire case. And that is the first step to success. That is when you actually begin to turn over a new leaf in your understanding of Delphi murder's fictional narrative scenario. When you no longer believe a single thing that you've ever been told or that you ever understood, you wipe the slate clean. You start anew. That's when it all starts to make sense. If my kids were missing, I would have searched all night endlessly. Do we actually think they went missing on the 13th? No. How about the night of the 12th? Yes. Going into the 13th? Yes. 13th was create the fantasy. All right. So here we go. Here we go. Let's continue. Was it the? Yes, exactly. Welcome, Lisa. The crime scene was staged in the Karen Reed case and in the Delphi case. All right. Mike Patty searching in a canoe all night. Let me ask you this. Pardon me, I have to pull up the photos. Just a minute. We'll take a little detour here because it's very, very important. You need to know this. No one else is going to rub it into your brains the way that I will. Okay, so here we go. Now think about this. You had Mike Patty in a canoe. I need you to think real hard. It's not easy. You had Mike Patty in a canoe at 2 a.m., didn't you? Taya Miller says, me and my friend stayed out from 8 p.m. with the search party till the girls were found the next day. Around 2 a.m., we ended up calling the sheriff's office because we heard screams coming from the other side of the bridge. Screams. They said that all the officers are busy at the moment, even though there were 2 little girls they were searching for, allegedly. And you got screams. To call back if you hear anything else. We didn't hear anything else till around 6 a.m. when a couple more people showed up. Around 9 is when we started seeing news crews again, and then we seen law enforcement. Okay, so keep in mind, you got Mike Patty out there in a canoe, Tobe Lesenby out there, you have Starrett out there, and a bunch of others out there from the volunteer fire department. You have all kind of men out there with Tobe running the show. You have screams coming in at 2 a.m. while Mike Patty's in the canoe. Me and my friend stayed out from 8 p.m. with the search party until they were found around 2 a.m. We ended up calling the sheriff's office, right? You see that one? The next one. On the other side of the high bridge, you said you heard more at 6 a.m. Was it screams or whatever? And then the next one. 6 a.m. was when more people started showing up, hollering the girls' names. 2 a.m. is when the horror screams happened. And we called the police to come help look again, but they were busy at the moment. Horror screams. So these are not screams of joy. These are not loud yells of some sort of, these are blood curdling. What would you describe as a horror scream? What would you, as just some person on the internet, describe as a horror scream? Because she says at 2 a.m., we called the sheriff's office because we heard, and let's add the word, horror screams coming from the other side of the bridge. Horror screams. As Mike Patty's in a canoe, and Tobe Lesenby and Starrett are out there searching with flashlights. Couldn't Mike Patty just put the little canoe on over to where the horror screams were happening? It's totally unacceptable. And people wonder why we question these details. David Erskine, this is what he stated he saw. This is the summary from the private messaging conversation he had with a stranger a couple of days after the murders of his niece. His other sister, and her husband found the girls. They then called deputies Yoder and Genicola to the scene. Both girls were on the ground next to one another. They were not bound, but were nearly touching each other. He stated whoever knew what they were doing with Abby. Abby was placed there like a doll. Accurate, accurate, accurate. Was fully dressed in the same clothes she had on in the picture. Well, I don't know about that. I don't know about the clothes. But maybe he didn't know about the clothes. Hoodie up and hands folded. She was stabbed in the heart and artery in her neck. Was she stabbed in the heart? Because, you know, the medical examiner does not tell us that. So why the contradictions of her injuries? If it's true that she was stabbed in the heart, why is it not in the autopsy? And if it's not true, why was David Erskine not subpoenaed to testify? He stated Libby was targeted for sure, and it was personal with her. Correct. She was laying next to Abby. She was nude, and the top half of her body was covered with sticks, like they were trying to cover her. No, they weren't trying to cover her. They were trying to make it look like someone was putting runes with sticks in the woods on their bodies. He stated Libby fought like hell, and the only DNA would be from under her fingernails. Nails were not removed. He stated Libby's head was an inch away from being taken off. Yes, she was brutally slashed through the neck. He states that they had open caskets but scarves. He stated he read the coroner's report and everything was over by 3:30 and there was no SA. Well, there was no trauma from SA, but there's the potential that there was male DNA that would indicate some type of contact of that nature. A 20-foot drop was registered on the phone, but not the extra 40 feet required to put the girls at the crime scene. Although the phone expert appears to have been. Yeah, I don't know about all that. You can't believe anything that's come out about it. When I told about the screams, I asked, can you describe, was it playful or giggly screams of horror? Response, definitely horror. All right. True, unknown male DNA was found. Cannot rule out sexual assault. All you can do is assume that they were not traumatized physically. That would indicate that. All the rumors about Delphi have been mostly true, or some had elements of truth. Things that float around the internet for years were often factual. Yes. If the state cannot be trusted to interpret the evidence they provided with any reasonableness, we have to wonder what they aren't telling us. Thank you. All right. Foul play was suspected by the way the bodies were found. You think? But why tell the community there's nothing to worry about? Why tell the community there's nothing to worry about when it was absolutely foul play? You have one girl that's nearly decapitated with violent slashes to the neck. Another one laid out dead. Two little girls laid out dead in the wood. You think it's foul play? The green bandana. The bandana, I believe, was used to cover the mouth of Abby at some point, possibly because we know there were striations on her face as if she had some sort of binding covering her mouth, maybe. And I believe it could have been that scarf because there's no tape residue, so I doubt that it was duct tape or anything like that. What's up, Monday? Okay. 303, scanner. Go ahead. We have some underwear with an evidence bag, so just stand by there. They're on the way. They're coming through the water, by the way. Clear. At least 2 people with evidence so far. So you found more. What's the second thing you found? Because I'm only seeing 1 evidence bag. I have a cigarette butt in the water that's less than 2 or 3 days old. Okay, copy. Three o'clock. ISP. Carroll County hold a news conference confirming that 2 bodies were discovered. They say the case is being investigated as a double homicide. You think? They say they don't believe there's any immediate danger to the community. Really? With 2 girls with their heads nearly chopped off. 1 nude laid out in the woods. And the phone pinging all through town. At the police station, Kelsey and Bree break into the phone and delete everything while the girls were even found. The accounts while the girls were not even found yet, allegedly. Why deleting? Good question. Were the lungs checked for water? All right. Where am I? We need 3 more evidence bags. Okay, so do you see what's happening here? They're finding, by 3 o'clock, they're finding evidence, which is 3 hours, maybe even 4 or 5, after the bodies had been found. So 3 to 4 hours after the bodies had been discovered, they're starting to find evidence. All right. Now, where am I? 4 o'clock. Delphi Community School Superintendent releases a statement saying the bodies found were those of the 2 girls. What's obvious? 9:24 p.m. Scanner notification that Pat Brown would be arriving in a gray Chevy to retrieve his orange Chevy that's parked at the cemetery. Why was Pat Brown's truck there? Was it cordoned off? Was it part of the question? Was Pat Brown's truck used to move the bodies from Wilson Bridge to High Bridge? I mean, to Ron Logan's? His wife, best friends with Becky. You just can't make it up. Scanner, 10:31 p.m. Crime scene secured for the night. 1037 scanner barriers in place at 575 and 300 to be moved to north side of roadway. Ron Logan stated his property was lit up like a football field that day and on into the night. Okay, so that completes the Tuesday. So we have who knows when, finding of the bodies. And there's an entire narrative, a whole dramatic a script about the finding of the bodies. And somehow, 3, 4, 5 hours later, they start finding evidence to put in evidence bags. Okay. Well, you know what I theorize? I theorize that every part of that evidence, every piece of it, is staged just like those bodies were. Meaning the cigarette butt, the handkerchief, the cup, the clothing in the creek. You see, if they already knew what story they wanted, what the narrative was going to be about what happened to those girls, it would have been a strategic move to throw some clothing in the creek and a shoe. If they wanted to somehow establish some scenario where the girls are on the bridge, which it's starting more and more to look like they were never on the bridge. Okay. They wanted you to believe this story where they're dropped off at the bridge, they cross the bridge, there's this fake bridge guy that's created, a fake Abby Snapchat that's created, a photo of an empty bridge that's created. It's all posted to Snapchat, oddly enough, and spread around like breadcrumbs. Okay. Then, by placing the clothing in the water and on some branches so that it stays there and is discoverable, it would lead you to believe that just like the photos established that they were on the bridge, the clothes established that they went through the water. Okay? Because they don't want you to believe that those girls are brought there by some other means and put on Ron Logan's property. They want you to believe they were on that bridge, came across the bridge through the creek, across the creek, and ended up on Ron's. So, in order to make that happen, they leave breadcrumbs. They leave the Abby on the bridge. They leave the bridge guy. They leave the empty bridge. They leave clothing and a shoe in the creek. It's like a breadcrumb trail to make it look like this happened. We'll be getting into that. Let me continue with this little timeline here. Okay, so we're going to move on to Wednesday morning. Okay, remember the whole I'm alleging or asserting that this is a theatrical production, IRL. It's all a LARPing, real life theater. By Wednesday morning, theater had the curtain had dropped. The theater was closed. "8 a.m. autopsies are conducted." Kim Riley announces the autopsies are complete and confirms the identities as that of the girls. Advises parents in general to keep a close eye on their children, monitor their whereabouts, know what's going on in their lives, and even figure out social media. Mullins stated the community was not in immediate danger, and its members were smart enough to determine what actions the situation warranted. How did they all know no one was in danger? Is it because they knew exactly what happened and they were a part of it and they helped stage the bodies? They helped cordon off the area. They helped come up with the whole theatrical production. So they absolutely knew no one else was in danger, because the only two that were in danger were the two that were murdered. And that gave them the confidence to immediately be out there saying that no one's in danger. "1207 scanner. The road is closed. You would just go ahead and we'll be able to park in the field just past the cemetery. There's a gate. There are several troopers here. Just immediately past the cemetery, make a right in that field. Can we get our gear back there as far as the drive truck and Lafayette trucks, the dive truck and Lafayette? Affirmative, looks pretty solid. Some other trucks back there past the gate, running back. Cemetery, we came out yesterday. We're just turning around. We'll be there in a few minutes. Bring the dive truck this way. We'll make it back, or just pull it alongside the DNR vehicle." 241 scanner. "I'm at the crime scene. It's cordoned off." Are there supposed to be people up there? I don't have any idea. I just see the FBI personnel down here right now, so I don't know. At this point, just act like they're not in play and keep them at bay if you can. Affirmative. Wow. Isn't that a weird exchange right there? Isn't that a weird exchange? $7 ISP releases a photo of a man reportedly walking on the trail around the time of the girl's disappearance. Police say they want to talk to the individual, but stop short of calling him a suspect. Remember, this is the distraction. So why would the family and law enforcement produce this distraction for the world? If Bridge Guy was basically created from out of nothing, why would they make that the centerpiece of this investigation? Why would they take a distraction and make it the centerpiece of a double murder investigation of two little girls? Thursday, police set up a tip line at 6 a.m. with information to call. They've had 250 tips so far. Funeral arrangements are announced. ISP serves a search warrant in connection at the Maxwell home on Bicycle Bridge Road in Delphi. Why would they search the Maxwell home on Bicycle Bridge Road? Sergeant Riley would not say what items investigators took. He would also not comment if the homeowner was at home when the warrant was executed, or if the person was interviewed, or even a suspect, and no arrests were made. Law enforcement stated they didn't believe there's any involvement and don't anticipate any arrests. Why the Maxwell home on Bicycle Bridge Road? So we're going to be moving on. Now we're going to take a little detour. Just trying to orient myself here because there's something I didn't want to miss, and now I'm not seeing where it is. Oh, it's out of sequence. Somehow it got out of order. Okay, good. So we'll skip this one and come back to it. That's what happened. All right, so here we go. I'm back on track. So we're going to look at some assertions from the prosecution as part of this. Search parties with law enforcement were sent out at about 5 p.m. or so on the 13th. It had expanded. There were dozens of people out. The fire department came. They were dispatched to all areas around the bridge. He did not agree that they had sent emergency vehicles down to Weber Lane. They were out until midnight. Mr. Razi asked if he knew Carl Abbott, who lived on 300 North past the cemetery, and if he was aware that the search on the 13th extended as far as behind his house. Did you just hear that? So the search extended as far as behind Carl Abbott's house? Liggett says he's not clear if people searched the field behind the house. He also did not agree that there were breaches of crime scene integrity in the early days of the investigation. He said nothing came to mind about the photos being released or leaked in 2017. Oh, that's right. That is right. Those photos were out from the very beginning and had been on the dark web for sale for years. He did acknowledge that there was some information that got out about the crime scene, about the crimes. Yes, David Erskine. Sheriff Liggett is of the opinion that the sticks on the bodies were used for concealment. Go look at the crime scene photos yourself, and you make your own judgment. Okay. Razi asked if he would agree that it was pretty poor concealment. Liggett says, but nobody saw them. It was the sticks that concealed them. That's called circular reasoning. That's not logic, Liggett. Just because nobody saw them does not demand that the sticks had concealed them. Nobody saw them because nobody wanted to see them, because the whole thing was cordoned off and authentic search was not allowed in that area. And we'll be proving that to you shortly. Mr. Razi says the sticks weren't covering them, and he's right. So Liggett reiterates the gaslight that nobody saw them. Well, that's clear. Based on that, he decided to get a search warrant for Richard Allen's house. He confirmed that the search warrant is an affidavit where you swear certain facts to the judge, and that the judge relies on this in order to decide if you should have permission to enter somebody's home and take their things without their permission. He confirms that part of the search warrant was focused on the timeline that had previously been discussed. He confirms that the search warrant affidavit articulated facts about what each witness saw. It gets rich. Sheriff Liggett confirmed that he has reviewed the affidavit as recently as within the last week. Mr. Razi mentions Bree Wilbur in the affidavit, and that Liggett never offered the court information about the man being taller and muscular as Bree Wilbur described him. He says, I don't remember. Mr. Razi asked if he saw a report where Bree describes the man as muscular, or if he remembers a report that Bree described the man as muscular. Of course, McClellan objects, and it's sustained. But the question here, what about Muddy and Bloody? What about omitting the fact that a witness saw a vehicle that resembled something like a 1965 Mercury Comet, but you tried to spin it as a Ford Focus? Mr. Razi asked, are you aware that Sarah Carbo gave inconsistent statements? Yes. They know she just said Muddy in the first interview. No, first two, sir. But then later, she said muddy and bloody. No, 2 years later, not days later, 2 years later. He says he read the report that she said muddy and bloody. No, in the third interview, she said bloody 16 times, whereas she had never said it once in the first two. You see how Liggett continues to spin? He keeps spinning, spinning, spinning. Rozzy asked if it's possible that Sarah Carbo didn't see anybody that day. Nope, that's not possible. Oh, is it? Is it not? He doesn't think it was odd that she took 13 days to report that she was there and what she saw. He didn't realize how long the delay was, but didn't think it was odd. He wasn't told that Carbo was panicking. Rozzy asked if he would be concerned about the impact that panicking would have on her perception. But what about the impact on her perception? Wouldn't that alarm you? Wouldn't that worry you? Don't you learn about that kind of thing in the academy? Nope, Sheriff Liggett has no worries at all. She's still a perfectly reliable witness. He acknowledged there are lots of Ford Focuses, lots of dark Ford Focuses, and that the car is not entirely unique. This one on the video, it was really just the fact that he said he was there at 1:30 p.m. and that's on video at 1:27 p.m. He never looked into what kind of rims come on that car. Mr. Rozzy asked him if it would surprise him that Ford mass produced those rims. No, it wouldn't surprise him, but he never looked into it. He acknowledged that as the investigation progressed, the team became more cohesive in the sense that early on there were lots of moving parts, just disorganization with personnel and the case management and all of that stuff. Mr. Rozzy asked, did part of that disorganization include the FBI? Oh, no, they helped. Mr. Rozzy asked, but there became tension with the FBI. Did there not? He denies it. Mr. Rozzy asked, isn't it true that in 2019 the FBI was relieved of their responsibility? That was objected and sustained. Mr. Rozzy asked if there was a time when the FBI was no longer involved. Yes, but no, he could get them back. He said he would be surprised if they had been told not to come back. Well, and now we know, due to our following of the testimony of Doug Carter, we now know that Doug Carter is the one who sent them packing. It gets better. Rozzy asked him if he's aware that this case has been covered on social media. Yes, but I don't know if any of the witnesses have seen any of that, the stuff on social media. Are you kidding? This is the biggest murder case on social media. Is there anything bigger in true crime? Rozzy asked, do you believe Richard Allen acted alone? Yes, he believes that. He's always believed that. Did you always believe that? Yes. But did you ever tell former Sheriff Lesenby that multiple people were involved? Did you ever say that? Well, it was possible. Before Richard Allen, I was open to anything, as a good investigator would be. So before Richard Allen, even though he contradicts himself a little up here and says he's always believed that Richard Allen acted alone, he admits that before Richard Allen, it's possible that he believed there were multiple people involved. But once Richard Allen, no, it's not possible whatsoever. Thank you, Roosevelt. Exactly. Witnesses would be more inclined to follow the case on social media than anyone else. And every single day, there are multiple live streams and videos produced. It's all a lie to the jury. You have to understand what you're hearing. These are all lies to the jury. It's all that has been. Just nearly every witness has lied to the jury except Rayleigh Voorhees. Is it possible that somebody standing in line next? No, I'm sorry. We missed one. We missed one here at the bottom because of 4 pits. All right, look, last one. He acknowledges that in the Bridge Guy video, the one that's created out of thin air, even in the enhanced video, you can't see the man's mouth moving. Is it possible that somebody is standing next to the girls, which was Prof's first thought, and saying the same thing down the hill? No, that's not possible. Why is it not? How is it not possible, Tony Liggett? How is it not possible? Just like you said that it's not possible that Sarah Carbo didn't see anyone that day. Now you're saying it's not possible that someone else's voice is captured. For a supposed open-minded, good investigator, you sure do have a lot of things that you discount and regard as impossible that are definitely possible. He thinks she would have caught him on video if there had been somebody standing nearby. And so that's not what happened. He doesn't think that's what happened. Won't even entertain it. Really? Really? What if that guy was down that incline and suddenly came up it and startled the girls from behind, saying down the hill at the very moment that he's not caught on camera? He acknowledges they collected lots of samples. They were trying to collect DNA and stuff like that. All of the evidence has been examined. There's not one iota of DNA connecting Richard Allen to the crime scene. There's a ton of digital information, tens of thousands. He describes cell tower information, phones, pings, tens and hundreds of thousands of pieces of data, but acknowledges that they don't have one piece of digital out of tens of thousands of bits of data. Not one piece connecting Richard Allen to the crime or the victims. Even though that would be extremely useful for solving crimes. But notice, they didn't take the data from the family. Remember, not Cody Patty, not Mike Patty, not Becky Patty, not Kelsey German, not Derek German, not Tara. How about any of the witnesses? Welcome in, Lindsay Baker. Welcome in, Lewis. Welcome in, Peaches. Welcome in, Hamo No Week. Welcome in, Lizzie Wiz. Welcome in, Carol, and everyone else. All right, let's continue. What else do you have? We had Betsy Blair and the three other girls and the timeline. Okay, so the context here is other than the bullet. Remember the bullet that is not a forensic science? That's a total magic bullet. It's total BS. They've tried to allege that they can match an unspent round to a fired cartridge. I mean, this is absolutely insane. But they tried it. They've tried it. What else do you have other than that magic bullet? We had Betsy Blair and three other girls and the timeline. Mr. Razi says Betsy Blair saw a boyish man and he was in his 40s. She saw a man with brown, poofy hair. Liggett says, well, all the witnesses described him a little bit differently. You don't say, Liggett. You don't say. Any normal investigator would say, hold on, maybe I should listen closely to the details in this description, like very tall, muscular, square jaw, 20s. You would think. Okay. You would think. Is there something wrong with just believing what Betsy Blair said she saw? Do you think she's credible? Yeah. Her description doesn't fit Mr. Allen at all, right? Well, yeah, but neither do the other three girls. Rozzy says, that's right. That's right. None of the descriptions match up to Richard Allen. Think about it. The witnesses you have describe a man similarly. All in black, very large and muscular, tall, which does not describe what Richard Allen looks like or was wearing or age range. Again, Betsy Blair's description doesn't fit Mr. Allen, right? Well, yeah, but neither do the other three girls. So all you have is Betsy Blair and the other three girls, the timeline and the bullet. Okay, so Betsy Blair and the other three girls, they don't match Richard Allen, okay? The bullet doesn't match Richard Allen. So all you're left with is a timeline now? But we are the bad guys. We're the bad guys. For pointing this out, we are all the bad guys. For daring to question law enforcement or the family. We're wanting transparency, truth, and facts out of the family and law enforcement. That makes us the bad guys. Mr. Razi points out that there were actually 4 girls on the trail and that Richard Allen said he saw 3. Betsy Blair said she saw 4 girls. We might not even be talking about the same people. He acknowledged he'd listened to that enhanced video over and over and over and over again and had people sent him tips that contained all kind of different interpretations of what was said. Mr. Razi started to explore this idea of unreliability of eyewitnesses, which is a thing. Eyewitnesses are notoriously unreliable. He uses the example of somebody you think is creepy. If you get a creepy vibe from somebody, you might describe them as being dressed in all black, but it might not be true. Liggett asks where he's going with this. No, Liggett, you're not asking the question. Razi says, well, witnesses can be unreliable. Didn't you learn that in the academy? That witnesses can be unreliable? Just because it's different doesn't mean it's unreliable. Really? Oh, I think Sarah Carbo's unreliable, Mr. Liggett. Clearly. And I'm sure the jury does as well. Isn't it true that they were already looking for either a Sig Sauer or a Smith & Wesson because the lab had told them already that they would be able to match extractor marks to those guns? Yes. Now that's a huge point I haven't heard anybody else mention. Okay, so right now I want to take a pause and cover this because not one other has mentioned it. And hey, that's why we're all here, to give our different takes and catch things that each other misses. So, interesting thing here. Did you know that the lab was looking for either a Sig or a Smith & Wesson before Richard Allen's arrest? See, they had already determined, according to them, that only a Sig or a Smith & Wesson would make those extractor marks. Okay, so keep up with me here because it's going to be tough. Okay, this it's going to be tough until I get to the end. Okay. Understand, they were already looking for someone who owned a Sig or a Smith & Wesson. Now, I have to sort of skip ahead and find something that's very important here. We'll catch up to it. We'll catch up to it. I'll just go ahead and say it. All right. Do you know that Richard Allen had a license to carry his firearm? Don't you think that it's possible that there was a registry that included the fact that Richard owned a Sig Sauer with the serial number, with the date of purchase? Is it possible that they found Richard Allen by looking through permits and discovering that he indeed owned a Sig Sauer? So were they going and fishing for people who own Sigs or Smith and Wessons? Is that how they truly found Richard Allen? Because I don't know about you, but I don't believe Kathy Schenk's story. There you go, Jenny. You picked up on it. I see. I'm just reading the chat. Yeah, you picked up on it too. You see? I didn't ask you if there's no registry. I'm not saying about a registry for the gun. I'm saying that could they not subpoena? No, Jenny, I'm getting pissed. Jenny, I'm not discussing that. Okay, I'm gonna stop reading the goddamn fucking chat. Okay, because you're pissing me off, Jenny. We haven't gotten to the fishing license piece yet. I'm talking about the firearm. When you purchase a weapon, you have to purchase it through an FFL. Did they find Richard Allen because of that gun? Did they say, you know what? He'd be a good guy. No, but his gun was registered. He had a carry permit. Okay, that's what you're not understanding. He had, like, have you all missed that he had a permit for the firearm? He had a permit. This is all I'm getting at. They were already looking for someone, like, let's reverse this, okay? Instead of the gaslight. Look, they were already looking for someone with a SIG or Smith and Wesson. How do you know that they didn't start going to look for people who owned those firearms and discovered Richard Allen, and then boom, dropped the bomb, dropped the world down on his shoulders? This is like you have to be able to conceive of things that would not be correct. All right, so that's just a side thought that I had when looking at all this. I thought, wow, is that the actual way that they got to Allen? Because they were already looking. Remember the key point here: they were already looking for someone with the SIG or Smith and Wesson 40 caliber. So how do you know that they didn't find people with SIG 40s and Smith and Wesson 40s and go find Richard Allen? So it's probably the way it happened. Okay. It's probably the way it happened, because the whole thing, Kathy Shank, is a total fucking farce. There's no way. There's no way. Okay. All right. So let's continue. One of the vehicles is a zoomed in version of that video frame. Here we're going to get to another a very important point here. So we're moving on from the firearm right now. Does it look like Mr. Allen's car that you photographed over there in the CVS parking lot? He notated you cannot see the license. Okay, so what we're going to be talking about is the images on the Hoosier Harvest Store. The Hoosier Harvest Store camera is what we're talking about. Okay. All right, so think about it. Hoosier Harvest Store, this is what I'm getting at. We're going to be discussing the quality of that footage by reverse engineering these statements. Okay? You cannot see the license plate of the car. Well, you know what that would mean? You cannot see the driver of the car. You know what that would mean? All the video shows you is the car. So what distinctive characteristics of the car can you see? Its general shape and appearance. Commonalities, like whether it's a hatchback, the bumper, the rims. Okay, so you got what I'm getting at here? If you can't see any, okay, let's back it up. Read this list here. If you can't see the license plate of the car, that means you can't see Kelsey's license plate. You can't see the driver of the car. That means you can't see Kelsey driving the car or the girls alive in the car. All the video shows is the car. That means all the video shows is a car. Its general shape and appearance. So you don't see the license plate, you don't see the driver, you don't see the passengers, just the general common shape and color of the car. So how do we know that's Kelsey's car with those two victims in the back of that car? Of course, when you go to an FFL, they have your social security number, your address, they have the weapon serial number, everything. So you're going to tell me that an FFL would not have the info on Richard Allen's guns? So you can't identify Rick driving the car. You can't identify the license plate of the car All you see is the general shape and color of the car. Well, same goes for every single vehicle on that camera then. Logic would dictate, because see, we think logically here. So now we know we don't have Kelsey on that camera. We don't have Libby and Abby on that camera. We don't have Kelsey's license plate on that camera. All we know is we got a car that may or may not be somewhat similar to the car that she may have been driving. What about everyone else? So we'll move on to Vito. He says, state shows a photo of Mr. Allen's car where you can see the rims. Okay, so this makes him guilty. Okay, we're looking at things which the state is alleging makes Richard Allen guilty. They found tons and tons and tons of knives, like all over the place in the workbench, in the garage, in the kitchen, like any normal fucking Midwestern man in his 40s or 50s. Found a couple box cutters, like any normal man. Found a plastic bag with a bunch of chargers in it. Do chargers make you a murderer of two little kids? Found a whole bunch of phones and pagers. Okay. He made a point of saying the only one they were not able to collect was from 2017. He says there were like 14 of them in the photo he shows. He notes two more flip phones that were found in the bedroom, but not in a photograph. So about 16 phones. Okay. So he's got 16 phones all around the house from the whole family, a bunch of chargers in a plastic bag, a couple box cutters, and a bunch of knives, and a gun. Want to tell us something that matters? Well, one thing he does admit, though, he says he knows lots of people that went to the High Bridge Trail. He knew Betsy Blair, Rayleigh Voorhees, Bree Wilbur, David McCain, all went there. He knew that the trail has been improved. He's seen the Delphi signs. He's not too sure if Delphi advertises trails, but he's interviewed people there or here. Are you aware that he has a fishing license? And it's not unusual for fishermen to have knives. He says he does. He doesn't know any fishermen. Would fishermen use knives to cut line? Well, maybe, but maybe they would use scissors. No, they use knives, dummy. He agrees that people frequently recycle their phones. He said that it appeared that they had kept a majority of their phones. They even had pagers. He was not sure if lots of people have either blue Carhartt jackets or Sig Sauer guns. Well, these are some of the most famous brands on earth, especially for American men. Are you getting it, people? Carhartt is the number one brand. Well, it used to be. Before they went woke, Carhartt was the number one brand in outdoor sportswear. Sig and Smith & Wesson are two of the top manufacturers of handguns in the United States. According to him, the car is on the Hoosier Harvest Store video in that match, but that match is just by the look and time of the vehicle, not the license plate. So there's your confirmation. No license plate. This is Vito. Nothing tested inside the car was linked to the murder. See, it's right here. Not a single knife was linked to the murders, right there. He acknowledges there's clothing missing from the crime scene, specifically a girl's sock and underwear. People searched his house so thoroughly that they used metal detectors and dug up his yard. They did not find these missing clothes. All right. So now it's going to get worse. We're going to Dan Doolin. On February 18, he received a lead sheet and contacted Mr. Allen by phone. He spoke with Mr. Allen and told him that he would prefer to meet at Mr. Allen's home, or a second choice, he would meet at the law enforcement office. He doesn't recall the name he used when he called, whether it be Mr. Whiteman or Mr. Allen. He determined the guy's name. So this is Dan Doolin now. Pay attention. He determined his name was Richard Allen when they met in person. They had a short conversation in the parking lot of the grocery store. Mr. Allen said he was on the trail between 1 and 3. He wanted to find out if Mr. Allen saw anything on the trail. Mr. Allen said he saw 3 girls at Freedom Bridge at the beginning of his hike and nobody else. Okay. He said he parked at the Farm Bureau building. The officer was not sure if Mr. Allen had actually said the Farm Bureau building or if it was just a mistake that he made at some point, maybe in writing his report or taking notes or something. But it became clear as they talked about what Mr. Allen meant that he referred to the old CPS building. Did it now? Did it? Mr. Allen says he wasn't paying attention. Okay. But look here at the bottom. During the interview, he would take notes on the back of the lead sheet. It was just something that he noted. He did not record this interview. He didn't have an explanation for why he didn't record it. He said this is one of the first leads he conducted. He did have a voice recorder that day. He did record several of his leads. He checked everything and found no recording of this interview with Richard Allen. Go back. Let's go back to the bottom. He did not record this interview. He took notes on the back of the lead sheet. He didn't have an explanation of why he didn't record it. This is one of his first leads. He did have a voice recorder. He did record several leads. He checked everything, but could find no recording of this interview. Isn't it just rich? Isn't that just rich? What a coincidence. You recorded all the other leads that you conducted. You had a voice recorder. You have no explanation of why you didn't record it. And you checked everything, but found no recording of Richard Allen. Richard Allen gave the phone information, driver's license, everything, his address, a photograph, his name, everything. He also says When you buy a hunting license, a fishing license, a camping license, etc., you do it through their point of sale system. You also get the height, weight on any licenses. He searched that system for Richard Allen and found the fishing license for Richard and his wife. He was able to view the licenses. You'd also get detailed info such as the credit card, the IP address, changes to the email, changes to the physical profile. And oh my gosh, Doolin he couldn't believe that the height was changed by 2 inches and the weight by 15 pounds. Although he acknowledged sometimes people do that. The date and the change stuck out to him. April 11th, 2017. Why would April 11th stick out to you? February, March, April? I mean, I could see if it was February 14th or 15th or 16th or 17th. You remember all those days that you lost every single thing? So months later, he changes his height and weight. And that raises red flags to you? It gets worse. It always gets worse with these. Doolin confirmed that Allen just told him he was on the way to the grocery store. He didn't say, no, you can't come to my house, like the troll farm has stated. Doolin confirmed that Allen told him he was on his way to the grocery store. He didn't say, no, you can't come to my house. There are only 2 grocery stores in town. People often frequent the grocery store. Common place to go, common place to run into people. The meeting was brief. All right. So we want to talk about grocery stores. Because a huge deal was made is, why did they meet at the grocery store? Why would he tell him to meet at the grocery store? There's a conspiracy. It's because he didn't want him to come to the house. So he was hiding. He was hiding. That's why he met at the grocery store. You know, troll farm tactics. There you go. That's the grocery store. All right. Back to this. Okay. The notes that he previously testified that he took on the back of the tip sheet during this conversation, get ready for it. He doesn't know what happened to them. He doesn't know what happened to those notes. Mr. Rodzi asks, wouldn't this be the best evidence? I mean, in lieu of the fact that you don't have the recording from the voice recorder, wouldn't the notes be the next most accurate? Yeah, but they don't exist either. That's right. That's right. No recording, no notes. We have to take everybody's word for it. Mr. Rozzi noted that Mr. Allen was willing to give him the phone info, his MEID, and all of that. He did not ask what Mr. Allen was wearing on February 13th, 2017. He did not ask what he was driving. He noted the comment about parking at the Farm Bureau building, but was not sure if it was Mr. Allen who used those words. However, through the process of describing the physical location, he is just about 100% confident they meant the building that's north of Freedom Bridge, and that they cleared up between themselves what was meant. Really? Well, where are the notes? Where's the recording to confirm that? He conceded he does not know who entered the height and weight information onto the fishing license. It's possible online to get a license for someone else. In fact, someone had purchased both licenses for both Mr. Allen and Mrs. Allen. All right. Oh, gee, Willikers, man, you cannot make this stuff up. It only ever gets worse as we get into it, you know. All right, so where are we now? Jeez, man, I can't even handle this right now. Let's see. Oh, I got to do this. Okay, sorry. Sorry about this. I failed. All right, we're coming. Let's see. Oh. See if we can make this happen. It'll take a minute. Isn't it odd though that there's no documentation of anything whatsoever. So remember, this is in addition to the 70 days of lost interrogations and interviews and even a list of who was involved in these interviews. Like, this is in addition to the lost 70 days. All right, here we go. We're getting this. It's coming. So now we're going to look. So what you're seeing here in the upper left-hand corner, we're looking at 204 North Washington Street, which is the Farm Bureau building in town. 204 North Washington. Okay. Look down at the bottom center is a Marathon gas station. Direct center is Riley Park. Okay. 204 North Washington, Old Farm Bureau building. You can see that it's a block away from Pizza King. Also a block away from the market you just looked at. Only a 3-block walk, and you're there at Deer Creek. Cross the bridge, you're at Riley Park. From the Marathon station, it's an additional 3 or 4 blocks, and you're at Riley Park. Do you all see how close everything is? Everything is within 3 blocks. Okay. Well, from Riley Park, you easily hit the trails. Easily. Keep in mind, Farm Bureau building, Marathon gas station, Riley Park. Okay, so we'll look at it. Farm Bureau building. There's an interesting thing about this that you're going to be learning about phone pings. Marathon gas station, where we have destroyed footage from the security cameras that keeps us from seeing who was there that day. Let's continue. See, Frenchie is right here. 40 other witnesses on the trails that day, and we believe them. Why? Why? Okay. Here's why. We don't. Lots of people had reported being around the trailhead on February 13th, 2017. The witnesses made sure we know that the area at issue where the tower had captured those numbers was bigger than the trailhead. Thank you, Kim Young. It included some people that lived nearby, some people who were in the vicinity of Heartland Highway. So it wasn't just people who pinged right there at the trailhead. Many, many, many people out there that day on the 13th. And not only that, there were many, many, many people on the 12th. From the 12th to the 14th, you had hundreds of people out there. The key to this case, as of right now, is if the jury will get instruction about statements, confessions of the defendant, how to tell voluntary and not, what to do. We need to know. All right. What's up, Kim Young? Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for your time and analysis. Thank you very much, Kim. And thank you, everyone, for supporting the channel. And if you're in the Lurker crew, please join the chat. That's another way to support the channel, is have a great time in the chat, please. All right. Now, let me see if I can keep up with you guys. Kim Young, every time I pretend I think RA is guilty and rethink the presentation is this trial, I get anxious. For anyone who typically is pro-state, this all looks like the defense is shady. It looks like the prosecution looks like the state is shady here. Okay. Oh, there you go. That was a typo. I was a little confused. Thank you. All right. All right. Now, get back to this. Let's see. He was out there numerous times throughout the week. They had a dive team looking for evidence. They were out in the wooded areas. He, of course, being a DNR officer, spends lots of time in wooded areas and by creeks and stuff like that. The first day he was out there was February 17. While he was hanging out there, some things caught his attention. There were some sticks and branches in a pile in about a 4 to 5 foot area, and they had blood on them. Oh, you don't think? Yeah, because guess what? Our crime scene investigators did not think to collect evidence from the crime scene. So knowing that the scene had been processed and released, he suggested to CSIs or somebody that the sticks are still out there. He acknowledged that the crime scene techs had been out there several times. After he relayed, they eventually came back and collected them. Wow. Let me ask you this. If you're a true crime scene tech doing a good, thorough job, and if they were nothing burgers in the first place that didn't warrant collection, why would you eventually show back up to collect them days later after the crime scene had been released at the urging of a fucking DNR officer? Sounds like you messed up. Are we supposed to believe that your crime scene text for the Indiana State Police, you come, there's evidence in the form of blood on sticks. You leave it at the scene once it's released. Then days and days and days later, a DNR officer calls and complains about it, and you come back and show up and pick up the damn sticks? He acknowledged the scene had been released at this time. There was still crime scene tape around the area, but no security at all. He went out there. Immediately, he noticed deer stands. So he was able to recognize that people had been out there hunting. He was asked if he believed people hunt out there. He conceded it was not uncommon to find rounds on the ground in areas where people hunt. But usually rifle cartridges, 10 gauge or 12 gauge shotgun shells, something like that. He also, though, conceded that people in the countryside often have handguns. There's no prohibition in the state against going out and shooting them. He acknowledged that fishermen often carry handguns. He also acknowledged that Sig Sauer was a standard issue firearm in 2017 and acknowledged that Smith & Wesson is a very popular manufacturer of ammunition. Is everyone starting to understand why we say it's insane? All right. Now we're going to get to Kathy Shank. Again, she brought the filing cabinets with her. She says they were mine. She's awfully protective and possessive of these filing cabinets. They were her filing cabinets, and she was very protective of them. When asked to estimate how many tips she herself had taken and processed into the database, she says it was a little bit over 14,000 tips. The database had a system to be able to identify who had processed the tip, so she could go back and search. According to her, her name shows up in over 14,000 processed tips. In the process of moving from the city building back to the new location, she was taking materials with her and discovered a box that had gone into a desk drawer during the process that she was scanning. Oh, the magical desk drawer. The magical desk drawer discovery. This is why I believe they found Richard through his firearm and came up with a magical story about this discovery in a box, magically found in a drawer. She was the primary one in charge of creating and maintaining this database. These tips were things that had been written out before she come into the investigation. So from February 13th to March 1st, 2017, there were handwritten tips. These somehow ended up in her desk. When she was going through the box, she found a lead sheet. The lead sheet stated that on February 16th, 2017, Richard Allen had self-reported being on the trails between 1:30 and 3:30, and he had seen 3 girls. So although it's not her job to read through and be familiar with the details of the case, and at one point she'd even been specifically told not to do so, obviously, over the course of this, she indicated she had previously read that a young girl had seen a man on the trails at the same time in the same place he had reported being. This seemed to her like a possible connection and caused her concern. The lead sheet listed the name of the person as Richard Allen Whiteman. So Whiteman was listed as the last name. She found Richard Allen Whiteman in the file cabinet, and then inside that file folder, she found there was a narrative summary that had been entered into the database back in February 2017, stating that Richard Allen had been interviewed and the tip numbers coincided. So she realized that Richard Allen Whiteman and Richard Allen, these were the same. There was a connection there based on the narrative summary that she found in the file. The lead narrative she had got had a mark on it indicating it had been cleared. Her coding system had marked green on cleared files. She's not the only one who decided if tips were cleared or not. Or she's not the one who decided if tips were cleared or not, or who followed up on what. So when she found this lead sheet in this file, Tony Liggett was at the same location as her, so she took it right to him. Based on ascertaining that original name had just been misnotified as Richard Allen Whiteman, she went ahead and changed the name in her file cabinet to Richard Allen. I have a question for you, Miss Shank. Is that the lead sheet that Mr. Doolin took notes on the back of? Well, wouldn't it have been appropriate or pertinent to save that as a piece of evidence if you were so concerned to Mr. Allen's potential involvement? Well, certainly if you had not had the foresight to do that, why didn't Mr. Liggett? If you ran this over to Mr. Liggett and Mr. Liggett received that lead sheet with Mr. Doolin's handwritten notes on the back of it, why didn't Mr. Liggett preserve that for a potential investigation that he was about to ensue upon? I mean, seems like we're having a whole bunch of BS. As far as everything ended up in the file, she didn't know, just that it was there and that it was all she was able to say. There was no other tip. This was the only tip that they had received concerning Richard Allen or Richard Allen Whiteman. Is she going to get the reward money? Is this what's actually the setup is? Is her payoff for being a part of this conspiracy that she gets a part of the reward money? Is she KMS? Just questioning. Remember the letter? I made a video. It's down in my videos called KMS. Is she KMS? Was her threatening? Is she the one threatening that she needs to receive the money for the tip? Why was the KMS letter sealed? We're going back to the details of exactly what the tip was about. That information about who Bridge Guy was, and what he looked like, to emphasize that he does not resemble Richard Allen very much. She was very emphatic. It was just because of the time. It wasn't because he met the description. He didn't fit the description, although she didn't know that. But she was just very focused on the date and time. Miss Shank, are you KMS? Remember? Let's take a look at that, shall we? You see, because you fooled me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me, and you ain't fooling me anymore. Let's take a look at this. Let's look in the middle of the page here. July 13th, 2024. Subject, Delphi Reward Fund. To Dan Doolin. Dear Delphi Fire Department Chief Mr. Dan Doolin, the following will likely be of interest to you specifically, and just how in the world, if you don't mind me asking, did Mr. Richard Matthew Allen for all those years fall right through the cracks as he apparently had? Because didn't you speak with Mr. Allen right after the murders, with him all but turning himself in, and where he'd all but placed himself there at the crime scene, and as who should have been anyhow the one long prime suspect from the very beginning, Liggett, was provided a tip narrative from DNR Lieutenant Dan Doolin. It was reported that Allen approached Doolin to report he had been on the trails. Allen told Doolin he parked his vehicle at the old Farm Bureau building and walked to the new Freedom Bridge. Allen said he was there between 1:30 and 3. He saw 3 females while at Freedom Bridge, and then he walked to Freedom Bridge and Mona High Bridge. It truly boggles the mind, and the young girls out there who you were wondering in your tip narrative who they were, well, wouldn't they have gotten you all in Indiana law enforcement immediately wondering about Mr. Allen and what exactly he was doing out there again? You were even right up there on stage. Okay. I'm going to kind of read through a lot of this real quick. And I'd even contacted now former FBI agent Greg Mess about all of this as well. And really, how did that tip narrative from Mr. Allen to you, with him seemingly being one of the very few, if only adult males placing there at the crime scene, not immediately raise alarm bells, blah, 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 blah. Sorry, but these are all damn legitimate questions here, to be sure, and eventually they're all going to get answered too. And the biggest reason this whole case against Mr. Allen is going to be successful in the end isn't because of some unspent round. No, it's going to be because of my stellar technical work concerning the actual murder weapon and so forth. Okay. Is this someone blackmailing Richard Dan Doolin? You know, it would really be a whole lot easier for everyone if they were just to simply pay me by my rightful funds now long owed to me with the Delphi Reward Fund. It's clearly my money sooner or later, anyhow, every last penny of it. I'm more than willing to wait the other $100,000 portion of the anonymous donation later made to the reward fund. Apparently required a conviction, but the other 250,000 plus or minus or so reward fund that only required an arrest, and to which we all know already long ago done back and around October 28th, 2022. Someone really needs to inform Mr. Scott Kruger, along with anyone else being too stubborn and overly pig-headed over that ISPA, and in no uncertain terms, this isn't going to go very well for him or anyone else involved in all of this if we don't get this done very soon here. I am officially requesting this court be the immediate payout of the larger portion of the Delphi Reward Fund now long overdue to me in the amount of somewhere around $250,000 plus or minus or thereabout. Nobody really knows for certain the exact amount of funds currently being withheld. Boy, what do we have here with this person? You see, there's all this documentation about it, about the reward fund and everything. You see? Why is this person emailing Dan Doolin of all people? Anyway, can't make this shit up. It's Delphi. All right. Let's get back to our presentation here. Sorry about that. This is Kathy Shank. Okay. Look at this jury question here at the bottom. How did you determine the name was incorrect? She clarified that when she had the tip for Richard Allen Whiteman, she went to the file, which was also under Richard Allen Whiteman. But the narrative summary that was inside the file showed that his name was Richard Allen, who lived on Whiteman Drive. So she put 2 and 2 together. And that's how the mistake happened. Somebody just picked his street address and turned it into being his last name. And the only reason she had pulled that file, that it came to her attention at all, is because she magically just happened to come across the tip sheet in a box in her desk when they were in the process of moving. All right. We're getting towards the... Nope, that's not it. Sorry about that, but hello, everyone. We're taking a little mental break. We're getting deeper into where we need to be now. Yeah, she wasn't supposed to be reading. I'm telling you, you can't make this shit up. You cannot make it up. All right. So we'll be getting into the second half now. Let me give a little, let me put this up. Okay. Well, take a look at some community reaction at the moment. Just want to tell you a few things that I know for a fact. I won't go into any horrible details. I have called the tip line and I have information most people don't have. There are family members on here, so I will only answer to them. They know the person where I got my information. First of all, the man on the bridge is involved in this crime, but he is not the killer. There was more than one person involved. If they can catch this man, they will not have a DNA match. Also, Abby and Libby were not sexually assaulted. Nobody needs to be looking for a sexual predator. Libby was the target and it was drug related. But Abby and Libby were not on drugs. I promise you these facts are true or I wouldn't be telling you. Well, I believe you, Pam. Thank you. Lisa says, yes. Kelsey has said after she dropped the girls off, they cleaned out Chase's truck. But things didn't go exactly as planned. She has said Chase worked half an hour before her and also said an hour before her. She said she watched movies with Chase's dad. Said she ignored her grandma's calls and said she didn't hear them. Now throw in, she also had time in between to go eat with Bree and whoever else. And Bree says when they got back is when they found out about the girls. She should have just kept quiet, says Susan. Her conflicting stories are muddying the investigation. Well, that's a grand slam. That's a grand slam, Sharon. Now, here's the thing, a grand slam, Sharon. Is it intentional or accidental? Her conflicting stories are intentionally muddying the investigation or accidentally muddying the investigation. I contacted the Anthony Schatz account at the police station the night of the 13th. I wish I had Libby's social media passwords so I could see who she was communicating with that night. Passwords plural, don't you say? I didn't message the account using her socials or her phone. I had a short conversation with the account that gave me no indication that the account knew where the girls were, so I stopped communicating with it and didn't think of the conversation again until recently. I wish. Let's look at some more red flags. Herrera, Collier, and Mata all identify as either gay or bi. Herrera identifies as gay. All these girls were close with the S boys and the girls. So if Herrera hearts a photo of Caleb on his Facebook, proves they all know each other. Those girls were at the trails that day. You had just missed the girls being dropped off as they left for Riley Park. They also changed their time. First saying 3:30, then changing it to 3. Why would these 3 girls, 3, who all identify as gay or bi, which means might even look like boys if they put on hoodies, why would they claim to have just missed the girls, changed their time from 3:30 to 3? And not only that, but Becky had put them there after 4. Well, we're going to teach you something today, so watch this. Remember I said that everything that went on out at the trails was theater? Theater? A LARP? Real life script being played out in real life? A script being played out in real life? Well, you know what I think? So is this. So is all of this you're about to see. Now, you have to turn the switch in your mind from thinking that this is normal social media conversation and turn it to the station that says this is all theater occurring over social media. It's acting. Emily Collier. I'm kind of freaking out. Kinda. I can't believe this happened. Madison Mata. Neither can I. And we were there today. They were there when we were playing basketball at City Park. Tara German. Who was there and where were they? Madison Mata. Liberty and Abby. They were at Highbridge. Lisa Frost, what time did you see him last? Emily Collier, oh my God. Madison Mata, yeah, I'm saying. Bree Wilbur, I went to Highbridge about an hour before she got there and I left before she was there. Tara German, please, if you know anything at all, call the police department. Is this all acting for people to screenshot? I got some more for you. Got some more for you. Look at this. Is this all acting? Michaela, at daybreak, I asked Kelsey M. German to let me know. Kelsey says, all they said was daybreak. I promise I'll be out as soon as the sun comes up. Kyle Smith, I'll be out as soon as I get out of court. Are we looking at theater created for the public's consumption? I think we are. I think we are. We're going to get even, it gets even worse. Kyle Smith, didn't find any leads. No evidence so far. They called off the search for tonight. Spent about 2.5 hours at the Delphi PD and fire and searching, looking for the Highbridge area, and search in the morning. Called off search until the morning. I'm there all day as far as I'm concerned with Jessica Werner, Michaela Babcock, Cody Patty sharing a photo of an empty bridge and a photo of Abby. But nobody thought it was odd to solicit the public's help locating two missing girls without a photo of both girls? You know what I think? Recall back to how I surmised that everyone out there were in on it. I mean, the Burrises, I mean, Cheyenne and Shelby, Daniel Pearson and Shelby, Emily, Madison Herrera, Cody, Kelsey, Mike, Becky. Keep the list going. Keep it. Everybody, Tara, Derek, everybody. Did these people use photographs and screenshots to establish this narrative? Because maybe we've been looking at it the wrong way and we need to look at it the other way around. Because if we would look at them all as totally innocent and not pulling any charade, you would say, oh yeah, well, that one took some photos and that one took some photos and that one just took some photos. And yeah, one of those photos have been used to establish a timeline and that one took some photos. Okay, yeah. There were different people out there taking different photos and posting them, etc. But what if it's actually the other way around? What if what they decided to do was that they were all going to take photos and post them to set in stone a narrative of where they were, what they were doing, when they were, etc., etc., etc. Because when you look at it in retrospect, this is exactly what it looks like. It looks like everyone that was out there cordoning off this area. Remember when we watched Trench Grenade at the introduction, I established with that how you would cordon off an area and why. And how you would have people at a perimeter from the crime scene, keeping people from penetrating that crime scene or that perimeter. If all of these people were part of that group, and they did so not only physically, but they did so digitally, with Snapchats, with Facebook comments, it's establishing a perimeter digitally. It's cordoning off the crime, just like they cordoned off the crime scene with their bodies. And you go back to this and look at it with that in mind. Remember, these are probably the girls that Richard Allen saw. These here. Is this the pantomime? The LARPing? Is this all theater? Theater. This has been a social media case from day one. Isn't it scary? And what is this? All right, let's move on to, I want to put this up. Bree Wilbur says, she learned that Libby was going out to the high bridge because Libby had messaged her on Snapchat after seeing her photo of the high bridge. And so asked if they were still out there. Hold on, but was it Libby or was it Libby's account? Because we can't take anything for granted these days. So let's rephrase that. Let's rephrase that. She had learned that Libby was allegedly going out to the high bridge because Libby's account messaged her on Snapchat after she posted a photo of the high bridge and asked if they were still out there. They were still on the trail when she got the message. She responded that they had just left the high bridge about 10 minutes ago. Is this more of the social media theater? Later on, later on, she learned Abby and Libby were missing. She was at home and was with Kelsey when Becky called to let Kelsey know. Now we're going to hear from Kelsey herself. After Kelsey's boyfriend left for work, Gamma Becky had called Kelsey at about 4 p.m. That's when Kelsey learned that Abby and Libby were missing. So she then went to town. She went out to the bridge. Everybody in the family was calling Libby's phone. She ended up going out to the bridge. She and Cody walked out to the high bridge and went across. Nobody else went across. After they got to the end, they turned left and went down to the driveway, meaning they made the marks. They made the marks going down the hill. They searched around, didn't come across anyone. It was starting to get dark. It was around 4 p.m. that she found out the girls were missing, and the search was after that. She connected with her Uncle Cody, and the reason they went directly to the bridge was because of that Snapchat photo that Libby posted that Libby's account posted. So this is what they say indicated to them that the girls were there at the bridge is the Snapchat. She described the bridge as having big gaps in it, and it's scary. It's her first time. Now it gets rich. It gets rich. Some time is now spent in court looking at the picture of Abby on the bridge. Kelsey has seen this photo many times. Libby was in front, turns around, take picture of Abby, and is therefore facing the direction of the beginning of the bridge. Kelsey can tell they're not very far across the bridge because you can see the water from the creek. She estimated about 25%. The defense introduces the photo of Abby on the bridge as an exhibit. Ooh, isn't that odd? Isn't that rich? But let's fact check that. From the infamous indie podcast. When Kelsey and Derek got back to the top of the bridge, Becky Patty, terrified of the bridge, was waiting for them, hoping for news they'd been found. Kelsey, Derek, Cody all stayed there while Mike and Becky went to the police department. That was probably around 5:30. We stayed there. Eventually, I ended up going back to work because I told them I'd be there in a couple of hours. Then I got a call. The police wanted to talk to me, so I had to leave work. This is the bullshit story. I was covered in ice cream and all kinds of stuff, but I still left. We hadn't found them, and it was like 6 o'clock. So I went there to talk to the police about what I remembered of that day. And after I dropped them off, and I got in any of the Snapchats that were on her story and any of that. Did you? I did not. Hold on. All right. I'll skip that. Never mind. She posted them directly to her story, so whether or not she sent them to anyone is really hard telling. But they were on her stories. I showed the police the Snapchats that we had saw, which is basically it's the picture of Abby on the other end of the bridge and the picture of Libby leaning down. Okay, remember 2019, Libby leaning down. It's of the high bridge. I showed them those, and that was about 2:07. I do believe around that time, and so that was the last time we assumed anyone had heard from them because that's the timestamp on the pictures. After I talked to police, we put out the search parties to find them. We got calls that they were at the middle school gym. It was weird to think that they were there because nobody picked them up. Huh. Well, hold on. Uh, I think I lost the slide, but let's find it. Because we're looking for those photos. Maybe I have it up ahead somewhere. This is all very confusing. Well, let's just continue and I'll get to it. I was at work. I was at my boyfriend's house watching a movie with his dad. I helped my boyfriend wash his truck. I missed my grandma's first call because it was across the room charging and I didn't hear it. When my grandma called me a second time, I knew it was important, so I answered. I had to call into work and tell them Libby was missing so I could help search. So I left work with ice cream all over me. When she arrived at the police department with Bree Wilbur as her alibi, she dug her own grave. Her days are numbered. Don't forget, Scott, Chase, Bree, and Kelsey have no alibis other than each other, says a community member. Then Chase's truck had to be cleaned. Then Scott had to shave, miss work, have a moving sale, move out of town, and change jobs. Map Front Street to the trail. He lived less than 1 mile. Carter, arrest will be whole other issue for the community. Lesenby, I know that voice. I know that voice. Of course, Scott was a Delphi fireman and Chase a ducking pyromaniac. Until we know they are not related to the Florifia and until we know they're not related, Flora and Delphi are related. Do you understand the questions that the community is asking? And that's why the phone was left under the bodies. Exactly. It's all theater. It's all a plant. It's all distraction. It's all a distraction. As a matter of fact, this is an amazing post by Mr. Steve Carl. When you understand that these three things don't exist, and the bridge and the narrative don't exist, then you will solve this crime. No bridge, no Abby on the bridge, No bridge guy. Hello? I could not have made a better post, which is why I snagged his. No bridge. No Abby on the bridge. No bridge guy. Now, check this out. This is Holman. Holman says, okay, in reference to the question, what is heard on the bridge guy video? What is heard? It does not appear to be anything more than some discussion between the girls. We have only released a portion of it. There are some others we think could help us, but again, protecting the integrity of the investigation is so key. It's laughable. You're laughable, Jerry. You're laughable. This is a fucking joke, Jerry. It's so key that we cannot release anything because there are certain people that know the details, and if we release it, then we get into false confessions. Oh, is that something you were worried about before? False confessions? Odd, Jerry. Sergeant Holman tells us several people have come forward and said they saw the killer walking the trails. Okay. Oops. Okay. So he says there's nothing more than some discussion between the girls. Okay, well, let's fact check. Let's fact check. Becky Patty says, so Ellie said that one of the girls said, is that creepy guy still following us? Check the interview of Holman with Alexis McAdams. Is that creepy guy following us? Read the quote. Is that creepy guy following us? Okay. Okay. All right. That's what's said. Okay. Now, in his opinion, after listening to hundreds and hundreds of times, the video starts. Abby says, is he right here? Don't leave me up here. Libby says, see, this is the path. Somebody whispers, that be a gun. Then her tone changes. She says, there's no path here. We have to go down here. Man says, guys. They say, hi. Here's a gun rack. Let's compare that. We'll come back to that. Okay, we're coming back to that. Just forgive me for a moment. Let's compare that to this. Let's see. We're going to compare that to this. And so based on that, he's formed an opinion. Is he right here? Don't leave me up here. See, this is a path. That be a gun. Down the hill. Look at the bottom. This bridge guy video was all they had until September 22nd, 2022, when they got the shit from Shank, allegedly. When Lesenby called Mullen and told him, they researched Richard Allen, found his vehicles, found he worked at CVS, got the picture of the vehicle at CVS, made a note of his vehicle and that it was backed in. Now this is hilarious. He backed in his vehicle at work. They thought this was notable because the people who had seen the vehicle at CPS building said that it was backed in. So backing in, add that to the list that will get you arrested and charged for a double murder. 2 little girls. Backing in, don't back in. Look at the last one. Look at the last one. They found out he had a lifetime firearm permit. Remember what I said? Is that true? They found out he had a lifetime firearm permit. They tracked it all back. They found out he owned a Sig Sauer. They said he's the guy. They give Kathy Shank the shit she needs to go say she pulled out of a drawer. But the witnesses get worse. The defense called Cheyenne. She got to the trail around 2:50. With Shelby Duncan, and was walking away from the high bridge when she saw a man who was overweight. Huh. That doesn't sound like Bridge Guy. Overweight. She and her friend then turned around and walked towards High Bridge. She testified they walked across the bridge, used the bathroom, and began walking past. They took a photo at the end of the bridge that was time-stamped at 3:49. Well, hold on. Never heard anything or saw anything suspicious. What is this about here? During cross, Deputy Prosecutor Stacy Diener said that Mill described an old man heading towards a high bridge with a camera or something around his neck. Cheyenne said that in 2023, law enforcement turned up at her house with a photo of her friend Shelby Duncan, who was with her on the bridge around 3 p.m. and asked, "Is this Shelby Hicks?" She said, "No, this is Shelby Duncan." Then she was asked again, "Is this Shelby Hicks?" She said, "No, it's Shelby Duncan." She said when law enforcement were leaving, they again said, "Is this Shelby Hicks?" And she repeated the same damn thing for the third time. Shelby Hicks is someone Cheyenne passed on the way to the bridge with Daniel Pearson. What the hell is this? Why is law enforcement believing that Shelby Duncan is Shelby Hicks? Who knows what the question or what the answer to all of that is? Betsy Blair's testimony is true, then why, when Kelsey was first interviewed, did she say there were no cars parked where she dropped the girls at? If that's where Betsy Blair said she parked. Then she said a black SUV with a bunch of stickers on the back window. So many anomalies. Now, this is an anonymous community member saying if the text messages stopped or started at 2:13 to 14 a.m. to Max Snowberger, then the girls' accounts were already in play. Was one of those girls dead by that time? I'm sure you already know the 213 number of recurrences in this time. The BG video started at 213, ending at 214. That's a plant. I don't know all the people who had the girls' passwords, but Kelsey, of course, had them. The girls may have been gone on the 12th. Libby's blood around her neck is the outline of a loose shirt, not a crew shirt. It may actually be pajamas. Anna says in an interview that her daughter's clothes were washed at the Patty's house. Is this what law enforcement FBI told her? According to the Bolo, Kelsey wasn't wearing the clothes Libby. According to the Bolo, Libby wasn't wearing the clothes Abby was found in. Only the family could have provided clothing to the killer. The outlaws were moving in. Obviously, the Hells Angels controlled the area. Remember the name of the motorcycle ride? Abby and Libby Angel Ride. They were called Angels because of the Hells Angels. The motorcycle ride is considered a final ride in the motorcycle world that is done for a funeral of a motorcycle club member's death. That's why most people didn't understand. It seemed weird. The Sons of Odin are a supporter club for the Hells Angels, and that is personally verified. The only people who said the girls were at the bridge on the 13th are the Patties and Germans and all the relatives. Betsy Blair said she saw two girls. She didn't say she actually saw Libby and Abby. This is confirmed by a local who, in my opinion, would know for sure. It is in my opinion that the girls were supposed to be found kidnapped earlier than 3:15. There was a phone call at the Mears. It was done on a landline to contact Lesenby. That's why the meeting ended at 2:30. Tina Allen saw Lesenby at the trails around that time. Liberty was chosen. The Anthony Schatz profile contacted mid-December. Logan Holder, the honeypot, started dating Abby around the beginning mid-December. I'm sure you know all of this shit, but this is what I know and have heard. Another community member. I think it was maybe 4 to 5 men. Youngest being 19, young sketch guy. Maybe one more young guy that hasn't had any life experience, but is probably always down for whatever. The other men, without a doubt, ex-military, so much so they came to party. BDU, night vision, binoculars, they all set up shop and had fun doing it. Maybe they're familiar with doing outside of a war zone on occasion. Remember, the Vinlanders, many of them were former military. They're all related, whether it's by blood, marriage, religion, or war. Clearly, they know the land, but let's just say they didn't, for clarity on the situation. Let's say if they were from outside the community and never been there except for the few hours before it went down, hands down, they know what to do in any situation you put them in, no matter what happens. And they've waited for this moment probably far longer than we can even imagine. They will accomplish it, hopefully not be seen. They won't be identified if they are seen. The fact that the woods between the bridge and 252 North was never searched, don't any of the families that lived in that community have anything to say about what they know? Were any of them questioned? Maybe him and his friends snuck on the Case property, the thick woods between 252 North and the private drive. That's who the neighbor seen sneaking around, trying to get him and his buddies back in there so they could set up shop and get ready for the night crew. They snatched them, brought them back to the woods between the private drive and 252, did what they did all night long because nobody was never over in that part of the woods. did their ritual, whatever you want to call it, waited till the searchers were gone, had lookouts for sure. Yes, that's accordant. Put their bodies across the river late in the evening, set up their runes and whatnot with nobody around. Maybe clean themselves up at Kay's garage on the way because he knew they were gone for the winter because he's from the neighborhood, and also he would know the land and the bridge better than most, and that's why it happened so smoothly, paired with complete incompetence from law enforcement or turning the other eye all the way up. Claims made by Tina. Tina said the men with her daughter were Elijah Cook, Keegan Callis, Josh Weaver, Tyler Joe French, and possibly Travis Janicki. Tina said her daughter called from the bridge at 2 a.m. on the 13th, and that when Megan came home on the 15th, she was not in good condition. She alleges her daughter was raped and beaten by the men as an initiation. It's rumored it was for the Sons of Odin group. She also has claimed that her daughter has come home with a pair of earrings. She shared that the Delphi murders could have been an act of revenge against Libby's dad. Tina believed that Derek snitched on her sister, Christy Lynn Martin, Keegan Callis, Tyler Joe French, and Jeff Reagan. It's rumored that Eric Alter was associated with the crew along with David Erskine, Derek German, Garrett Kurtz, and possibly Anthony Greeno. Tina said Cheyenne and Cheryl were there with the group and may have witnessed the crime. Tina also shared with Harvey that Josh Hewitt may have been with the group on the 13th near the bridge. Josh Hewitt told her daughter who started the Flora fires. Tina's daughter's assault or an initiation happened in a gray barn near the bridge at the Mears. Libby's dad, Derek, ripped off Tina's sister, Christy Lynn Martin, meth-making supplier. These guys, Robert Tesh, Tyler Joe French, Josh Weaver, and Josh Hewitt, are part of the Kokomo crew. There were rumors and discussion that they were out at the bridge camping out the night before. There were rumors that people were making meth and stuff out there too. There was also a rumor that Robert Tesh was dating Cheyenne. Megan and Keegan went to the bridge that day and allegedly met additional Kokomo crew people I just discussed. The Kokomo crew had possible drug war motives against Libby's dad, Derek German. She claimed Megan was high on drugs, called her multiple times at 2 a.m. on the 13th. Also claimed that she had stabbed someone to see what it would feel like that day. Now, these things are found on Gabe Ellis when arrested just a couple days after Abby and Libby are murdered. I just want to say this because it's beyond the scope of this original post. But wow, there's even a hunter's stand overlooking High Bridge. $809 cash, a monocular scope, Gen Pro night vision scope, 2 pairs of binoculars, a bipod, black rifle scope, rifle flashlight, trail cameras, phantom drone, and a 2000 Pontiac Grand Prix. I'm so thankful for this channel. I just found it. Thank God for these enlightened people doing the work of real investigators and real journalists. Not saying he's guilty, but for God's sake, let's not allow a judge to totally remove crucial evidence the jury needs to see and expect to find a factual outcome in this case. We need the real sociopaths behind bars, knowing 100% that our children and children's children are safer out there. Kelsey lied numerous times during many different media interviews about where she was when her grandmother called her about the girls being missing. Yesterday, I watched several different ones where she clearly states she was at Dairy Queen, left because something like $7 an hour doesn't mean much as her sister does. Is no one else in law enforcement seeing this? Oh, yes, I forgot. The locals kept out the real law enforcement, FBI, who should have had it to begin with, as much as possible for their own benefit until the actual evidence was already removed and destroyed. Eric Williams says, the girls were found the next day where we had already looked. And I'm a country boy. Them girls were not there when I came through. They were taken and brought back. That's the exact same thing Ron Logan told me, says Honor. If you want to break this case, the best we can achieve is to get the federal government to do a complete investigation on Carroll County as a whole. Why do you say that? It's a cover-up. It was the girls walking in on a meth lab being run by the local cops and criminal informants. One of them snapped and shit went crazy. I feel in my heart that this is the true story just by being in that county all my life and knowing how they work. Wow, do you think Delphi has a meth problem? More than a problem, more like an epidemic. Now it's heroin. Tyler French from the Kokomo group that was at or near the bridge supposedly was using his grandparents' property to cook meth with his crew. Apparently they own property up there. All I know is the day Tyler and Keegan were questioned by detectives and our feds while they were incarcerated in the Howard County Jail about the Delphi murders, they were scared. Why were they scared? Possibly Garrett Kurtz, Ashley Garth, Gabe Ellis, Troy L., and Elijah Cook. Keep in mind, Cheyenne is and was associated with the Kokomo crew. Is any of this starting to form a cohesive story to you yet? It does to me. Far more cohesive than 7 years of the family's inconsistent statements and the odd behavior of all the alleged witnesses and searchers. When are you going to start listening to the people who were there and to the people who are locals, who've lived there, who know these people like the back of their hand? When are you going to start to listen to what they have to say? I'd like to read a few more to close out. Kelsey and Libby were screaming at each other in the Mears parking lot, according to a third-party witness. Claims from the story from the Patties about the girls eating banana pancakes on the morning of February 13th is a lie based on stomach contents. Claims Libby was not nearly decapitated. She had Shallow cuts on the side of her neck, one deep cut the other side, which severed the carotid artery, causing massive hemorrhaging. Claims Libby had a friend named T, who she talked to in text a lot. Claims Libby's typical phone usage pattern on February 13th was atypical, meaning the apps she used, the types of photos she took, the texts she sent were different compared to her normal usage. Listen to that again. Claims Libby's typical phone usage pattern on the 13th was atypical, meaning the apps she used, the types of photos she took, the text she sent, etc., were all different compared to her normal usage. Claims one of the last texts sent by Libby was to Anna Williams around 1 or 2 to ask her if Abby could stay for supper at the German house. Claims the way she wrote the text, the vernacular, was unlike the way she normally talked in text. Claims Libby's phone does not show a call from Derek at 3:30. Hoffman also shared a geofence in the geofence info for the 3 mysterious phones that were in the area around the time of the crimes. And they're all over the crime scene. Here's another community member reaching out to me. Here are a few items you may not be aware of concerning this case and the families. Becky Patty has had a grudge with Tobe Lesenby for a very long time. She's always blamed him for the death of her brother in a Carroll County jail. Tobe Lesenby has a house downstream from where the girls were found. Patty reportedly went to the Mears barn before going to the bridge to look for the girls, the same bar where pools of blood were found and the same barn where flowers were laid. The same barn that was burned down a short time later. Why has Derek German never spoken publicly? He's Liberty's real father. If my kid was murdered, you couldn't shut my ass up. I was told that he doesn't speak because he doesn't want his words twisted. 5, Liberty German had an appointment to meet the sheriff the day after they disappeared. What was she going to tell the police? 6, the Patty German's company, what they mean is the Patty's company inspected the Flora house or praised it prior to it burning down. 7, Garrett Kurtz, Ashley Garth, and Jason Palladino were convicted of the 2019 torture and murder of Nicole Bowen. All have said they know who was involved in the Delphi murders. Kurtz said that 12 people were involved. So why weren't they questioned? Palladino said he wouldn't talk unless he and his family were protected. Why did Cody Patty tell people in public that Liberty was carrying his baby? Is that what Liberty wanted to tell the police? Derek and a few other meth dealers are on the state's payroll as informants. That's why his accomplices always go to prison, but he never gets convicted. Derek has enemies among drug cartels and users, especially when he couldn't pay his debts and started creating his own meth, which ended up killing people. We've talked before about that dirty meth that was being sold after these murders. A local farmer came back into town right after the girls were found and asked what went wrong. He was told, "Go home and keep your mouth shut." The Delphi City Council required Shane Evans to keep and submit a daily log of his activities due to his interfering with law enforcement months prior to the murders. He never submitted pages for the 13th or 14th, saying they were misplaced. Several people that have uncovered the truth have been killed, disappeared, or threatened into silence. Take care, my friend, and watch your back. Delphi, Carroll County, the Patty, German, Williams families and their troll farm are very evil and dangerous. Gray Hughes has been on the Patty family payroll since day one. I butted heads with him over the use of my copywritten material. Anthony Greeno is another person that should not be trusted. I believe he was involved. Again, take care. Keep shining a light on the evil that is Delphi. Arrest yourself, Carter. Kelsey never dropped them off at the bridge. Kelsey delivered them to predators portraying teenage boys to lure them. Kelsey then got her membership into the club. 4:30 a.m. dropped. The slaughtered girls at the scene hit power on the phone, and here we are. Bridge guy, video, fake, down the hill, fake. Pull your heads out of your ass and drag yourself kicking and screaming into the light. Folks think Alan did this. You cannot be this effing stupid. The search is called off at 12 a.m. The police do not believe the girls are in immediate danger and are only concerned about the declining temperature. Firefighters and some civilians unofficially continue to search through the night. Mike drives Becky home to get some sleep and then heads back to the trails, gets in the where he doesn't hear the horror screams. 4:32 a.m. Volunteers are back out searching. Oh, isn't it odd? Wait up. Hold on. 4:32 a.m. Volunteer searchers are back out searching, and 4:33 a.m. the phone magically pings 15 fucking text messages all at once. What are the odds? But if this speculative scenario is indeed what happened, why are the witness statements so inconsistent and odd? Speculation number one, a member of law enforcement is somehow involved and said law enforcement officers have no intention of going down for a psycho meth head. Involvement could mean direct involvement in the meth operation, protection of the meth operation, or tolerance of the meth operation. As in, they knew what was going on, but tolerated it because that was way easier than investigating it. And anyway, if they busted these lowlifes, some other lowlifes would just move in to replace them. And those lowlifes might be less compliant than those local lowlifes. Or this LEV involvement could be a sting or surveillance operation, potentially with the CI involved. How would this look if two girls were unalived under the watch of law enforcement, especially if policies and procedures were not followed, or if the CI didn't do anything to stop the crime? Law enforcement gives witnesses talking points that implicate a lone wolf kind of psycho. Tells them that they will be served, that justice will be served by other means, vigilante, old-fashioned country justice, or that a broader investigation is required to snare all the perpetrators, all 7 to 15, or that there's a much larger multi-agency task force investigation in the works, and we can't tip off the criminals yet. Not all witnesses have the full picture. Probably just one or two know more than what they're told by LE. The witnesses stick to their story the best they can, but social media goes viral. They can't keep the story straight. The statements fall apart under scrutiny, but as they were just doing what they were told was the right thing to do. But once you start lying, you can't stop lying. And now the witnesses are accessories after the fact. What would lead someone to believe that when the accepted mainstream narrative doctrine and crime flow developed in real time on a live broadcast based on the input from close associates of the victims, who are also the only witnesses to the activities of the girls for the 24 hours prior? It's all exclusively focused on the high bridge. This is the timeline. If I remember correctly, the behind-the-scenes audio from the so-called Lost documentary had a few locals stating the exact same thing. So when this person says they were out there for a few hours that night, where were they? Searching by the Monon High Bridge, or were they out by Wilson Bridge? And they didn't live in Delphi, did they? What were the circumstances that led them to being out there for a few hours that night? Did they drive in from Lafayette or Frankfurt or Peru? Were they out there already, or they came by to help with this community-wide search? Everyone in the area seems to know each other. One might wonder what their association with Crayon, Ted Bear, Gabe Ellis, Garrett Kurtz, Jennifer Barnes-Dean, Anthony Schatz, or Keegan Anthony Klein was. Oh, and now Now that I'm at the end, I find the missing slide. This is where it was. Remember, I could not find a certain slide. Well, here it is. So let's jump on back. And maybe this is God working to give us the slide at the actual right time, not where I wanted to put it. Okay. All right. So let's go back to these. Now that I know where this is, let's go back to these and I'll redo this for you because this is important. Okay. Guys, all we want is transparency for the Delphi murders from everyone involved. When Kelsey and Derek got back to the top of the bridge, Becky Patty, terrified of the bridge, was waiting for them, hoping for news they'd been found. Kelsey, Derek, Cody all stayed there, while Mike and Becky went to the police department. That might be meant to say at the top, Kelsey and Cody. That was probably around 5:30. We stayed there. Remember, this is coming from this podcast here, Infamous Indie. I'm just quoting from it. We stayed there. Eventually, I ended up going back to work because I told them I'd be there in a couple hours. Then I got a call that the police wanted to talk to me, so I had to leave work. I was all covered in ice cream and all kind of stuff, but I still left. We hadn't found them, and it was like 6:00. So I went there to talk to police about what I remembered that day after I dropped them off, and if I'd gotten any of the Snapchats that were on her story and any of that. Did you? I did not. She posted them directly to her story. So whether or not she sent them to someone else is really hard telling. But they were on her stories. I showed the police the Snapchats that we had saw, which is basically, listen to this. It's the picture of Abby on the bridge, 1. The picture of Libby leaning down, it's of High Bridge, 2. Any others? No. See? No others, right? Well, let's see what's missing here because something's not adding up. Kelsey testified she saw Libby posted some Snapchat images to her stories. The first is just a picture of the bridge. The second was a picture of Abby on the bridge. Uh-oh. Ruh-roh. Someone want to tell me what we're missing here? Where's the photo of Libby leaning over the bridge? This one. No, the next one, right? I showed the police the Snapchats we had saw, which is basic, the picture of Abby on the other end of the bridge and the picture of Libby leaning down. It's of High Bridge. Well, let me just go back to this because I really like this one. Let's see. Let's see if I can locate it. Oh, there we go. When you understand that these 3 things don't exist, and the bridge and the narrative don't exist, then you'll solve this crime. No bridge, no Abby on the bridge, no bridge guy on the bridge, no timeline. And anyway, I'd like to thank you all for coming here, listening to the Timelines in the Delphi Murders fictional narrative scenario, part 2, the Faux search. If you take away anything from this, please take away the fact that my general thesis at this point in time is that the general takeaway I'd like you to take away from the show is that all these witnesses, all the searchers, all the family, the entire circus around this day, and by this day I mean February 13 to early February 14, it's all an act. I believe that they established a perimeter physically, eventually got the bodies there and staged, ready to be found. And I believe they all went on the social media and made posts to do the same thing digitally. And everything you've been fed from the very beginning, including all of this stuff, it's part of the play. Why do you think that that phone was left under the victim's body, under a shoe protected from the weather? It was clearly meant to be found, which means everything on it was meant to be found. And remember this. The family had access to the iCloud. Kelsey had all of the social media account passwords. They also had Abby's finger. Abby's finger had a print that was logged into the iPhone to unlock the phone. And you know, if it unlocks the phone, not only does it unlock the phone, a large number of apps use the thumbprint or the fingerprint verification to open the app. It's very possible that anyone that had both those victims, even if they're dead, they could have gotten into all their social media. Is that what really happened with these girls? Thank you, Aaron. Thank you, Commentator Root. Thank you, Abigail Rose, and welcome. Just imagine the criminal mind that could come up with such an elaborate scheme. Just imagine how quickly this group came up with such an elaborate scheme to utilize social media in this way. when we speak about the criminal underworld, this is what we mean. So I appreciate you all being here. Thank you, Sandra. Thank you, Auto Doctor. Let me say hello and thank you to everyone on the way out. Radar, David Rogers, Cromley, Annie Ruler, Adolf Hotler, and Abigail Rose, Rock Crusher, David Clayton, Say What, Yaya Kelly, Aaron Town, Frenchie 6290, Sunflower Soul, Auto Doctor 911, Annette, thank you for being here. Is a God thing. Thank you very much. Not enough. V. Sweet Dude Shibby. Don't want to forget you. Monday. Don't want to forget you. Let me put that up there. Thank you. Yes, exactly, Monday. Let's put that back. It's a new day. Thank you for being here. All right. And let's see. Nancy Drew 101, Rebby Lee, Roosevelt Media News, and Kim Young. Thanks for the super chat. All right. Radar. Thank you also for the buy me a coffee the other day. 7 stars. Thank you for being here. And David Rogers, Wendy, and anyone else. I'm going to stop going back in time. If you want me to say goodnight to you, put your name down in the chat now. But thank you all so much for being here. Wow, it's a rough one. That was a long one. I got a headache now. Thank you very, very, very much. What's up, Kat? Thanks for being here. Lisa, thank you for being here. Okay. All right. The inbred white trash of Delphi do not impress me as being that intelligent to think this all through. Devious and cunning, yes. Intelligent, no. Someone did it. Acts of passion covered up by many people to cover all of their decades and generations of crimes. Yes, I do intend to go live Friday. Thank you, David. All right. So, you guys are the best. You are commentator. Thank you. And it's a new day. Yeah, like their own reality show. Thank you, Jennifer. Good night. And good night, Augie. I'm glad you guys jumped into the chat. Yeah, thanks for letting me say good night to you by jumping in. Everyone hit the thumbs up on the way out. Thanks, Cromley, for helping with that. Please hit the thumbs up. All right. Yeah, so that was Timelines in the Delphi Murders fictional narrative scenario, i.e., what else do I call it? The fairy tale cover story, standard law enforcement family narrative. I appreciate you all for being here. This was part 2, the Faux search. This is our 3rd installment of Timelines. If you haven't seen the others, I suggest you go look at the previous 2 and enjoy them. I tried to show you receipts and have an open-ended discussion on what we're covering. So thanks everyone for being here. Again, if you're on the replay, know this, please leave a comment down below. You weren't able to make the live chat, and that's a shame, but I appreciate that you're here. And please go ahead and leave that comment down below because I do read all of the comments and try to respond to all of them. I appreciate the discussion on the replay. So please leave a comment and please support the channel. We have a lot of support pathways. We have Buy Me a Coffee, Cash App, we have Super Chat, Super Thanks, PayPal, we have the merchandise and all of the various avenues to support the channel. You know we got them. So check out the support pathways and please support the channel. I love you all. Thank you for that. And hey, it's Monday, and it's just the first day of the first full week of defense presentation in the trial of Richard Allen. So let's look forward to a really, really great week, because I'm pretty sure we're going to have a great, great week. And so for the rest of the week, we'll be covering the things that are transpiring in the courtroom. So I'll see you tomorrow with some commentary on whatever's gone down in the court. And every day we'll be covering what goes down in court. So I'll be seeing you guys later. Thank you so much for being here. Oh, thank you, Cromley, for the 99-cent super sticker. Thank you. All right. I'd rather be a lurker than a leaker, says Jennifer. Thank you. All right. Thank you and good night, everybody. So catch you later. Go watch someone else's streams now. Support the creators who are doing good work. All right. We love you guys. Check you later.